Checking, checking, checking. Alright, doing a quick mic check. How's everybody doing? Glad to have everybody in here. Checking again, checking again. I don't want to be too loud today. Check, check, check. I know this is tedious. I just gotta make sure I'm not too loud for you guys. Checking again, checking again. I don't want to be too loud today. Check, 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 check. Checking levels. Check, check. Checking one last time before we get this show on the road. Check, 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 check. Make sure we're good here. Checking one last time. We get this show on the road. Check. All right, here we go. Welcome into. Welcome. Checking. Let's see. Welcome into the Pacers Sports Network. A little piece baseball coming at you here this afternoon. Piece coming into this one off of a very hot 3-1 start on their season. Excited to be with you here today. Appreciate all of you tuning in, whether you're representing William Peace, whether you're representing Lynchburg. It is a pleasure to have you guys in on the mound today for the Pacers. Sam Petticord will come into this thing after a very strong outing. He started game one last week for the Pacers in their win against Methodist on the road. Petticord went 4 1/3 inning, gave up 7 hits, 3 earned runs, had 6 strikeouts to his credit, and had a very, very nice start again in an opening day win for the Pacers on the road at Methodist. And then they would later win game 2 of that 2-game series and then return home for their home opener the following day and split with Roanoke College. And now we bring in Lynchburg Again, Pacers off to a nice 3-1 start. Meanwhile, on the Lynchburg side of things, Lynchburg off to a 2-2 start overall, as the first pitch will be off the black. A little bit off the plate for ball one as we get this thing started here from USA Complex in Cary this afternoon. A little cloudy, not quite the nice day we were gifted with last weekend in our home opener here at USA. But any day you can play some baseball for sure. Considering all the rain we got yesterday, it was a complete washout. Some people were concerned we might not be able to play, but that's one thing they do a really good job here out at the USA Complex is taking care of this field. And not to mention it drains very well. So, a lot of times even when you have a washout the previous day, you can get on it and play the next day if it's clear. It's now 1-2 the count. Sam Petticord in control. This one fouled straight back as it'll be Kinston Carson, outfielder for Lynchburg, to get things started off. He'll be the leadoff man today as he'll fight to stay alive here. Again, Lynchburg coming in at 2-2. Yet to play any conference games, all those being non-conference. Lynchburg, this is a non-conference matchup. Lynchburg out of the NCEA is now, that'll be lined back at Petticord. He almost catches it, able to get the flip. Nice play by Petticord as he gets it to Barrett over at first base. Tashawn Barrett, we'll get into him a little bit more later. He is your USA South Player of the Week after an incredible opening weekend in those two series, one against Roanoke, one against Methodist. So now that'll be the first out of the day here for the Pacers. First pitch, low and in, nice spot for Petticord. That'll be swung over and missed. So this will be Cameron Lane, junior from Manassas, Virginia, to get his first swings of the day. Petticord goes through his windup. That'll be a swing and miss, strike two. One of the tough things, again, I've had the opportunity to play, being an ex-Peace baseball player 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to play with Petticord, and one of the things that makes him tough to hit is he has a very unorthodox wind-up motion. It's kind of, it's smooth but jerky at the same time, if that makes sense. Like, it's jerky intentionally. Petticord kind of has that scrappy nature about him, and it makes him very difficult to hit, makes him very effective as a pitcher, and he's just gotten gradually a little bit better each year that he's been here with William Peace. And again, off to a very strong start here in 2021 as he's got an 0-2 count here. This one fouled over the Lynchburg dugout there on the third base side as it'll stay 0-2, one man out, nobody on base here on this cloudy Saturday. Cloudy, should be in about the mid-50s here. I believe that maybe high 50s. I think that's the most we can expect here today. But again, very fortunate to have such a nice complex here to play at USA, where we were able to get these games in. This one out to Ward. Nice play on the run, but throw a bit short, and Barrett not able to scoop it up in time, and that'll be likely a throwing error on Hunter Ward. So that'll be the first base run of the day here for Lynchburg. Petticord, quick motion out of the stretch, will be a ball outside. And again, kind of going back to, Petticord's motion, that also makes him very effective in the stretch, as it's incredible. As you can see there on your screen, just, out of the stretch, he's incredibly quick with that slide step, making it very difficult as a base runner to try and get some type of edge on him if you're trying to steal, which we could potentially see here. Garrett Jackson at the plate here for Lynchburg, the 3-hole hitter, 1-1 count. So now he'll foul this one over the backstop, putting him in a 1-2 hole. Runner on the move. And a throw high as that'll be out number 2 here called. Meanwhile, Cameron Lane able to move up 90 feet in scoring position at second base. So now that'll bring Avery Neves to the plate. Sophomore out of Reston, Virginia. He'll take his first hacks today. The cleanup hitter in a nice spot here early in the game with a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Appreciate all 82 of you now with us here on the Pacers Sports Network. Always a pleasure to have your ears. One of the many things I personally look forward to each week calling these games is that'll be strike number 1. Petticourt in a nice rhythm here. Man on second. So go with a quick knee lift on that pitch. It's one thing he does. Again, I feel like I'm praising Petticourt a lot right now, but that's just, he's very scrappy as a pitcher. His windup is very unorthodox and difficult to hit, and he does a good job mixing up his slide step and that quick little knee lift that he just used. That it makes it tough as hitters, and if you're a hitter and a runner, just because the timing of that is very difficult to judge sometimes. It's now a 1-2 hole here for Avery Neves. One, two. This one hit out towards center field. And that'll be a quick out there for Nate Holt, just over his shoulder, and that'll do it for the top of the first. Pacers get out of that one, only giving up 1 base runner. He'll be left out on second base. Pacers coming to the plate. We're glad to have you here on the Pacers Sports Network. We'll take a short break with Pacers coming to the plate. Gavin Taylor, leadoff man for the Pacers, will be up first here. Pacers' first time at the plate this afternoon. Currently scores 0-0. Pacer to get out of a fairly clean first inning, leaving a runner on second base. First one high and away. Good job there by Taylor to take. Typical leadoff man for your Pacers. He'll face Brandon Pond first today. Junior right-hander, 6'2", 180 out of Chesterfield, Virginia, as now he'll even the count here at 1 apiece. Lynchburg, again, coming into this one 2-2. No conference games yet for Lynchburg. Meanwhile, on the Pace side of things, as Taylor takes ball 2 here, 2-1 count to the Pacer leadoff man. Pacers come into this one, if you're just joining us, at 3-1. Those first 2 wins being conference matchups against Methodist, second 2 non-conference where they split 1-1 against Roanoke last weekend here in their home opener at USA Complex in Cary. Now they sit here with a 3-1 count to Gavin Taylor. To the right side it goes. Nice liner by Taylor. As he gets things started off with a bang here with just a laser out to right field, as that'll bring Nate Holt to the plate. Nate Holt looking to redeem himself here this weekend. Had a little bit of a tough opening weekend last week. One of the seniors on this Pacers squad, been here as a starter all 4 years. This is actually his 5th year, as he was a senior last year. But, obviously due as he squares up to bunt and fouls it away due to the nature of, COVID, shutting everything down. Literally, I think, if I recall, the Pacers were like 2 weekends into conference play, when it all got shut down in about mid-March last year. And so, basically, now I don't know if this was just seniors as the first pitch taken strike here. Now 0-2. I don't know if this was just seniors or if it was every class, but I'm pretty sure it was just seniors that got, for spring sports that got a year of eligibility back. Now, that could be tricky because obviously you might have some players, opt not to come back. You might have some players that, depending on where they go to school, they might have already finished their degree and maybe there's not a grad program at that school, so they might have to transfer elsewhere. But Nate Holt, one of the seniors, able to come back and rejoin your Pacer squad, as he'll go down swinging at a very nice curveball there from Pond, as that'll be out number 1, bringing your USA South Player of the Week, Tyshawn Barrett, to the plate. Taylor able to get back on the pickoff attempt there by Pond. Tyshawn Barrett, one of the important seniors on this squad. So now he'll take strike 1 there. And that's one thing, I talked about a little bit last weekend, and I talked about it ironically enough in the last series that the Pacers played last year before things got shut down. Here's another pickoff, Gavin Taylor back in safely, is that this Pacer team was pretty good last year. Had a few bumps in the road when conference play started, but they were a good team, had a lot of potential. And the great thing about this Pacer team last season is that all of their star power was juniors. So they were going to return all of that. And then their bullpen was mostly freshman and sophomore. So really, all in all, a very young team to be as pretty solid as they were last year, and they're even better this year because, again, they return most of that. So now this pitch will be chopped in front of the mound, and that'll be out number 2 as Pond able to get that one over and take care of Barrett. But again, people like Tyshawn Barrett, people like Logan Barber, Hunter Ward, your shortstop currently coming to the plate for the Pacers in the 4 spot. Those people, Gavin Taylor out there at second base, and just so much talent last year were juniors, and they returned this year, and Barrett showing that off in week 1 as he gets awarded USA South Player of the Week. So now 2 men gone, a man in scoring position at second base. Hunter Ward, the shortstop, will be the man up here to see if he can cash in on this runner at second. First one will be low and away, ball 1. As Gavin Taylor is definitely the runner you are. There's a lot of fast guys on this Pacer squad. Gavin Taylor definitely one of them, and definitely a runner that you want in scoring position, especially at second base, because if you're able to put a ball in the gaps or down the line, if you're able to place it right, Taylor's scoring all day in this spot. All day. Second pitch will be low and away again. Now 2-0 the count moves. No score yet here in game one of our two-game doubleheader with Lynchburg. So now this will be outside again as Pond seems to be staying out there. This one fouled away. So it'll be strike number one. That's one thing we saw. I don't remember, and those of you that tuned in last week will remember this, and I talked about it a lot, is the Pacers and Roanoke were getting that outside call at the plate. That umpire very consistent. Obviously, we got new umpires, I assume, here today, but that umpire last week really consistently calling the outer half of the plate, and Pond has gone out there every single time, as we see here again, as he throws a breaker off the plate, swung on and missed, evening the count at 2-2. Two men gone, 2 balls, 2 strikes, a man on second here. Gavin Taylor in scoring position, Hunter Ward at the plate. Brandon Pond trying to finish this thing off here as he comes set. Deals. Swung on and missed outside every single pitch that AB, and he wins the duel with shortstop for the Pacers, Hunter Ward, and that will record the final out, and that'll put inning number one on the day in the books. No score, only one hit that inning by Gavin Taylor of the Pacers. One error for the Pacers as well, but other than that, a fairly clean first inning. We'll take a short break. We're glad you're with us on the Pacers Sports Network. Inning number two here, William Peace and Lynchburg going at it. Two-game series doubleheader here this afternoon at USA Baseball Complex in Cary. Strike one taken. Sam Petticord back on for inning number two of work. This one chopped down the first base line, and Petticord able to get out to a nice 0-2 start here early. So far, one hit, nobody scored yet. Gavin Taylor able to send a laser out to right field for your Pacers just a half inning ago. If you're just joining us, a nice slider on the outside, a little mix there is a ball. 1-2 your count. This one high and away, close but not close enough. That'll leave in the count at 2-2. There's one thing you're going to notice, we talked a lot about Petticord, his kind of unorthodox windup that's very effective, his ability to kind of mix his slide step and his knee kick when he's in the stretch, but something that also makes him effective is out number one in the books here. One thing that really makes him effective is he's fast, and I think any hitter can attest to this that's played or currently still plays. When you're at the plate and you feel like you're being rushed, and and again, a good hitter is probably going to take his time regardless. They're not going to let that get into their head. But for a lot of guys, that fast worker like Petticord, as he gets ahead here 0-1, that fast pace kind of gets in your head, and the pitcher really controls the tempo there because you're just trying to hurry up and get back into the zone. As this one chopped over to Barrett first base, he will flip that to Petticord, and there's 2 quick outs. That'll bring Carson Atkins Jr. from Charlottesville, Virginia, to the plate. As I feel like we just started this half of the inning, as we've already got 2 outs. I guess that's another perk to Petticore working so fast as we get in and out of these innings pretty good here. See deals first pitch low and away in the dirt, ball number 1. This one fouled away, count even, 1-1. One pitch is sent out to right field. Gavin Taylor will pitch a tent and camp out under this one for a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Pacers. Nice job there by Petticore to get it in and get it done and keep it moving as Pacers come to the plate for their second time today. We'll take a short break and get right back to you. Appreciate all of you joining us here on the Pacers Sports Network. Don't go away. Logan Barber will be the leadoff man here for the Pacers in inning number 2 of work. Barber, again, one of those guys that were critical last year as a junior, coming back here in his senior year. Barber, one of those guys that, I feel like every baseball team has them. It's just they're good. They're just a good baseball player. And what I mean by that is they can do it all. They can hit, they can pitch, they can play any position you put them for the most part, and they can run. And that's something Barber has shown the ability to do time and time again. Spent most of last year as a left fielder. He's been spending time at third base this year. He comes in and pitches in key moments for the Pacers. He sits about upper 80s, touches 90, got up to about 91, 92 last season, I believe. I don't know what he's clocked at right now currently. And we've seen him time and time again come through at the plate as he's currently down in the count 1-2 to Brandon Pond. Pond, a fairly nice first inning of work. Gave up one hit to Gavin Taylor. This one sent out to left field. And that'll be recorded out number 1. As that'll be Neves to kind of take care of that one. That's one of those that as a hitter, off the bat, and I guess as a spectator, you feel like it's going to go farther than it actually does, as that one not able to get over the head of Neves out there in left field. Ball 1 low here for Rogan, the DH. Rogan, and this is another guy able to do most everything for the Pacers. Really great opening weekend last week, as he had an incredible, I know specifically against Roanoke because I witnessed it. I mean, incredible at the plate. And then the very next game, in game 2 of the doubleheader, as he grounds out here for out number 2. I mean, I believe it was about 5 clean innings of just putting goose eggs on the board on the mound for the Pacers in that win in game 2 of that doubleheader that they were able to split with Roanoke last week. Alex Seaton, the second baseman, up now at the plate. So now this one fouled straight back. 2 men gone here, nobody on for the Pacers, as much like the Pacers out in the field in the top of this inning, it's been a pretty quick one here in the bottom half, as Brandon Pond's moving pretty well here for Lynchburg. 0-1 pitch is a little inside, jammed up, as Seaton will send this out to right field, and that'll be put away by the leadoff man, Carson. And that's 2 quick innings in the books. No score yet. Only 1 hit by Gavin Taylor last inning. Other than that, a lot of good defense, a lot of good pitching here early, as Petticourt will be out for inning number 3 of work when we come back. You're listening to the Pacers Sports Network. Inning number 3 of work here for Petticourt as he deals first pitch inside for ball number 1. So that'll be one of the few times he's gotten behind in the count here today. Close one on the outside. No call there for the umpires. It'll be Holden Fiedler, catcher junior from Henrico, Virginia. So now that'll be strike number 1. Fiedler still ahead in the count. 2-1 here. Lynchburg looking for their first hit of the day. This one swung on and missed. Breaker low and away. Good pitch there from Petticourt, and now that's quickly gone from 2-0 to 2-2. Here as he battles right back. Low and away. That'll make the count full. Nobody out, nobody on. The catcher Fiedler here for Lynchburg. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and Petticourt, starting out the count 2-0, immediately gets it to full and takes care of business, striking out Fiedler for out number 1. That'll bring Parker Schaffert to the plate. Utility guy for Lynchburg, a senior. He's a right-hander, stands about 5'11", weighs about 160. He's out of Richmond, Virginia, a transfer in from Patrick Henry Community College. Pretty good community college if you're familiar with the JUCO programs around this area, or around this part of the country, I should say. So now he evens the count 1-1. A lot of pro talent tends to come out of that Patrick Henry Community College as well. So now this will be chopped to Barber, third base. Cross field, and nice stretch by Barrett as that made all the difference. And that'll be a quick out number 2 as Petticourt rolling here in the top of the third. Breaker comes through the back door and ends up in the zone, 0-1. 2 men gone here. This will be Kinston Carson, two-way guy, an outfielder and a pitcher for Lynchburg. He's out of Tappahannock, Virginia. And just like that, 0-2 the count again here for Petticourt as he just continues to roll. This one well off the plate. Nice mix there for Petticourt. Petticourt absolutely moving here through the first 3 innings of this one, staying really loose as he typically does. This one chopped foul. So that's one of the things that, I feel like there's so many different things we've talked about, but that's one of the things that makes Petticourt also do very well is he does not get in his head. Like, I've very rarely, if ever, seen the guy get in his head on the mound. He just cruises. He stays loose. He has a lot of fun out there as he continues that here as he gets the strikeout, and that's 3 clean innings of work for Sam Petticord as we head to the bottom of the third. Still no score. Pacers coming to the plate. We'll take a short break and get right back to you here on the Pacers Sports Network. Sean Roseborough will be up next here for the Pacers. So we get it going here in the bottom half of the third. Still looking for our first run of the ball game. So far, only 1 hit coming in the first inning when Gavin Taylor put a nice rope out into the right field corner. This one hit solid to shortstop, and that'll be a nice quick throw across for the Lynchburg shortstop Schaffer. So that'll be a 1-pitch out here. Jackson May coming up to the plate. You might recall he had a rob of a home run in Game 1 here last week in that doubleheader against Roanoke. I mean, just completely snags it up as it's just going over the wall and brings it right back into the ballpark. It's now a 1-1 count. Had somebody ask me last week after that doubleheader with Roanoke. He's like, "Hey, did you see any home runs out there today?" I was like, "Yeah," till Jackson May caught it, brought it back as he gets it going here. This one up the middle, and that'll get through as that'll be hit number 2 on the day as he takes a nice hard turn and will maintain his spot at first base with a nice 1-out single. Right back up the middle, shortstop side, and a dive by Schaffer, not able to get it. So now we go back to the top of the Pacer lineup. Gavin Taylor will be up next. Singled in his first trip. Made it all the way to second base until the conclusion of the first inning. And now this one sent up to shortstop, and a nice attempt at a double play, but a throw a little off the bag will send Combs off first base. Now it'll be 2 outs. Gavin Taylor will reach first on the fielder's choice. That's 3 straight balls we've seen hit out to Schaffer at shortstop. First one from Roseborough to lead off the inning as he got the out, and then next one from Jackson May, a dive by Schaffer, no good as he gets the single. And then the next one here as Schaffer gets the force out at second. Nate Holt will be up next here. Pacers with 2 hits, looking for their first run of the day. Tyshawn Barrett would be next if Holt could extend the inning. A little pick move over to first. Taylor gets back in safely. Nice low spot there by Pond as he gets ahead here 0-1 against the Pacers center fielder. Count even at 1-1. This one sent over to the backstop and foul territory as now the count moves to 1-2. Another pickoff move, a little bit closer that time, but Taylor able to get back in safely. Taylor fakes the steal. Doesn't matter, though, as Holt will go down swinging again, and that will be out number 3. Pacers able to get another hit on the board as Jackson May sends one right up the middle, but it'll be for naught as 3 innings of play, nobody scores. To the top of the 4th we go. Sam Petticord back to the mound for the Pacers when we return on the Pacers Sports Network. First pitch swung on and missed. Nice little breaker as Petticord picks up right where he left off and gets things going here with an 0-1 count. Nice spot there. Breaker comes in the back door, but not completely in the door, as it will be ruled a ball outside, evening the count here at 1-1. This one fouled away. Cameron Lane out of Manassas, Virginia, will be the man to lead things off here for Lynchburg. Looking for their potential for the first, well, both of these teams looking for the first run of the ball game in general. We'll see if Lynchburg can string it together right here. They're looking for their first hit of the game as well. Pacers have 2 on the board, 1 in the first, 1 in the third. By Gavin Taylor and Jackson May. Nice start there by Petticord here in the 4th. As we're absolutely moving through this ball game. So now that'll be out number 1. That'll bring Garrett Jackson to the plate. One of the two-way guys on this squad for Lynchburg. Breaker, close spot, not good, as that'll be ruled ball number 1. Fastball inside. That'll be ball number 2. That's one of the few times, maybe that might be the, well, actually no, I believe that's about the second time we've seen Petticord get down 2-0, and in the first time he got down 2-0, able to come back and work the count and get a strikeout, as now he gets A foul and a strike here. Count 2-1. So we've got about 100 of you watching with us now, as we appreciate all of you tuning in here on the Pacer Sports Network. And now back to 2-2 it goes. This one will be fouled away. A little handcuff job there by Petticord, as Jackson not able to get around on it. 2-2 pitch coming up. Changeup will catch the outside, and that'll be ruled a strike. Jackson goes down looking, and there is 2 quick outs again, as Petticord just continues to move, as it feels like we've been moving light speed through this game. This one sent out to left field. Should be no trouble for either May or Holt. It'll be May to call the ball, and that will do it. 3 quick outs again here for the Pacers. Continue to just move along here. Another inning of zeros on the board here. That's now 4. So we move to the bottom of the 4th. Pacers coming to the plate looking for their first run. They've got 2 hits on the board, and they're looking to cash in on one of them here when we come back on the Pacers Sports Network. Your USA South Player of the Week, Tyshawn Barrett, back up into the box. Pacer first baseman looking for his first hit of the day. As now he will swing and miss there and lose the bat. See if I can find a piece of pun tour for him real quick. Oh, 1 pitch swung on and missed there, as Brandon Pond back in his 4th inning of work. Other than the 2 hits that the Pacers have, he's moving along pretty much as well as Sam Petticord on the Pacers side of things out there on the mound, which is why it feels like we've only been playing for about 15 minutes and we're already about halfway through here in the bottom of the 4th. Meanwhile, ball 1 is now Barrett still in the hole here, 1-2. This one over his head, evens the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch coming up for Barrett. Swung on and fouled straight back. And now count works full. Now out to 3-2. Barrett able to force a walk here. Nice job as he gets down 0-2 and comes all the way back to work his way on base. So now Hunter Ward will be up at the plate. left field gap, and that will be a couple of hops off the wall. Barrett will score. Ward will stay at second base, and that will be your first run of the day as the Pacers take a 1-0 lead. Hunter Ward with a nice stand-up double as he finally cashes in here as he's hit number 3 for the Pacers, and he finally cashes in their first run of the day. Pacers on top 1-0 here in the fourth as the goose egg is finally cracked. That'll bring Logan Barber to the plate as he will hit with nobody out and a man in scoring position following the stand-up double. First pitch, Barber squares to bunt, pulls it back. That'll be ball 1. Squares to bunt again, pulls it back again, and now it's a 2-0 count. Logan Barber looking to cash in run number 2 today, currently out there at second base. And the Pacer shortstop Hunter Ward. Two-0 pitch, and that'll be skied over to the right field corner, about halfway to the wall, as Ward will tag and will make it to third. So that'll be ruled a sac fly for Logan Barber. So only one man gone and run number 2 just 90 feet away here for the Pacers. And that one will drop in the right field gap. Pacers go up 2-0. Rogan, round second, headed to third. The throw. Not in time. He's got a triple. Now we'll have a mound visit here for Lynchburg. Alex Seaton, second baseman for the Pacers, coming to the plate. So now Pacers finally starting to cash in some of these runs. You know, we saw Gavin Taylor get a single in the first. We saw Jackson May get a single in the third last inning. But the Pacers really just not able to get it home and get it to the plate and really get a little spark to stick. And they finally get it here. So they've scored 2 here and still 1 out, and another run 90 feet away at third. So Rogan will come through again. You know, we talked about this earlier. Rogan, incredible day. He had like 2 or 3 hits or something like that in the first game against Roanoke last week. And then game 2 of that comes in and goes to the mound and essentially does the exact same thing, only at the mound. And goes, I think it was like 5 innings he pitched, just goose eggs on the board he dealt. And now here he goes again. I mean, he's a newcomer. He's a transfer this year for the Pacers. And so far from what I've seen, he's been a game changer. And he has just put a dent in so many of these games that the Pacers have played so far. And he does it here again as he brings in run number 2. And he could potentially be run number 3. So now he's 90 feet away. Alex Seaton at the plate. This one high and in, ball 1. Just one man gone here. And if you're Seaton, I assume he's thinking, let me get a nice hit. But, really in this position with 1 out, all you have to do is get a ground ball. Now, granted, Lynchburg is playing in here at all positions, so they're ready for it. Sometimes in this spot, you would see the corners come in, the middle back, but not that much leeway here, as that one will be sent to third. Rogan will stay put, and that will be out number 2. And yeah, and just case in point right there. It's like when you got a team in like that at all positions, it gets difficult. The ground ball typically isn't going to get it done in that spot. So now that will be Roseboro up here. Swing and a miss. Roseboro, nice breaker there for Pond as he gets a little something going after a little adversity. Really, the first time today he's faced some adversity like this. We'll see how he and Lynchburg are able to respond when they come up to the plate next half inning. This one's sent deep to center field, but will not be any trouble, as that'll be Atkins there to put it away. What an inning for the Pacers as they finally get some of these singles cashed in. And they cash in 2 runs here. They take a 2-0 lead after 4 innings of play. Pettycord coming for inning number 5 for the Pacers when we return right here on the Pacers Sports Network. First pitch catches the outside of the black. Pettycord picking up where he left off here in the 5th. Pacers lead at 2-0 after they finally able to cash in on some of these singles they've been stringing along. So now this will be on the outside. 1-2 as Pettycord out to a nice start again. I mean, he's been absolutely rolling through 4 innings, four zeros he's put up on the board here on the mound, and he's just been getting ahead so much, like his pace, his rhythm, the way he's moving so fast and he's getting it done. He's getting ahead. He's not throwing many balls, and he's not having much friction and resistance sent his way by this Lynchburg offense. Is now the 1-2 pitch is inside, handcuffs, as Combs not able to really get around on that one, and that will be out number 1. Over there at first base, Tyshawn Barrett, your USA South Player of the Week, will make the play there, and that was out number 1. This one catches the outside part of the black. Now an 0-1 count here. Pettycord gets ahead yet again. So he'll face Alvanos. This one shanked to the left side. Thought it might get down out there in the left field corner, as that one will be well foul. That would be hit number one here for Lynchburg, as not only are they looking for their first run, they're looking for their first hit of the day. Trailing here 2-0 in the top of the fifth as we're about halfway through here at the USA Complex in Cary. One, 2 year count. Nice throw there by the umpires. He just slings a fresh ball out towards Petticord. One-two pitch is well off the plate. So now the count will be even at 2-2. Petticord goes to the windup. 2-2 pitch is inside and thought he might get the call there. If this was last week, he definitely would have got that call with that wide umpire that the umpire had. Not so much this time. It looks like this umpire has a little bit tighter strike zone. This one sent out to right field, and that will be Gavin Taylor to camp under this one, and that's another 2 quick outs here for the Pacers. Carson Atkins will be the man up here for Lynchburg as they've got 2 outs again, looking for their first hit of the day. Petticord gets down in the count here one of the few times today that's happened. He's down 1-0. So that one was well low and off the plate. This one off the plate as well. Two-0 your count. Petticord threw his windup. This one on the outside, that'll be fouled away. Three-one your count here. Haven't seen many times Petticord down 3-1 here. Is now Lynchburg looking to get a base runner. That one in there. Now the count moves to full. Good job by Petticord to come right back. This one sent out to center field. Nate Holt will have to go back a little bit, and he records that for out number 3 as the Pacers continue to move. A 5th 0 put on the board here. Nice outing here by Sam Petticord, arguably better than the one he was able to get last weekend in their first win at Methodist. Meanwhile, Brandon Pond will come out for his 5th inning of work. Pacers drops 2 there in that inning, and we'll see if they can do it again here. 2-0 your score. Pacers lead it. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Jackson May will be the man up here for the Pacers, your left fielder. Pacers on top here, 2-0, able to get those 2 runs in the last inning. So they've got 4 hits on the board, able to cash a few in as May squares for the bunt, doesn't get it. This one's sent out to right field. And a little trail there by the Lynchburg right fielder, Carson, able to just put this one away for a quick out number 1. That'll bring up the leadoff man for the Pacers, Gavin Taylor, back up. The Pacer right fielder singled in his first AB. We'll see what he can do here. As Pacers lead it 2-0, nobody on, 1 man out. 1-1 count here on Taylor. So look to get something brewing here for the Pacers. In inning number 5, Nate Holt on deck. So now this one's sent out to center field. And that will be over the shoulder, but caught by Atkins. Nice job to track that. As now 2 quick outs here for Lynchburg. And that's a trend that we've really seen the whole game for both of these teams, is this outside of the 4th inning where the Pacers got 2 runs and, you know, a couple of singles here and there for the Pacers. Both of these pitchers, Petticord for the Pacers and Pond for Lynchburg, they've been on the move. I mean, they've been rolling. And again, that's why it feels like we've been playing for like 30 minutes and we're already a little over halfway through the game. It's now 0-1 as Nate Holt goes down in the count. A couple of strikeouts here for Holt as he's looking to get something going, and good job there to take that one low and away. Pond goes to the windup. That one will be in the zone. Swung and missed, and there's 3 strikeouts for Nate Holt. And the 3rd out of the inning. Nothing there for the Pacers. No hits, no runs. Pacers on top here still 2-0 as we head to the top of the 6th. Take a short break and get right back to you. Pleasure having all of you here with us right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Holden Fiedler will be the next man up here for Lynchburg as they look to get something going here in the top half of the 6th. Petticord continues to get ahead as he deals a strike taking here in the top half of the 6th. This one low and away, count even at 1-1. This one chopped down the third base line and foul. Pettycourt ahead here again, 1-2. And now this one well off the plate. That'll even the count here at 2-2. Lynchburg looking for their first hit of the day. And thought they might have it. But a laser down the third base line ends up right into the glove of Logan Barber. And I got to tell you, as a hitter, there's no worse feeling. Well, it's a good feeling because you know you hit the ball very well, but there's no bittersweet feeling like just getting a hold of a ball, hitting it perfect, and it just goes right to a glove. It's a rough feeling as a hitter. This one, it will be dealt a strike. Pettycourt continues to work well. So now that Pacer bench really getting fired up here. A lot of energy. And this one off the plate. That'll be ball one. Swung on and missed, and now a 1-2 count as Pettycourt one pitch away from a sixth straight scoreless and hitless inning. Got him. 2 men gone. So now that'll be 2 men out. Had my own self crossed up there. Thought we had 2 outs, only had 1. Now we have 2. Now that'll bring Kinston Carson up to the plate as he'll look to try and break the hitless streak here for Lynchburg. It's a good start there for Carson. So he gets ahead here, ball 1. And now ball 2. That one's a little bit too far in. Pettycourt 2-0 pitch. And that'll be a little off the plate for the first time today, I believe. Pettycourt down here 3-0. And that will be in there. Strike for Pettycourt. So now he gets in the strike column. 3-1 still the count in favor of Carson. And now this one shanked over the Lynchburg dugout. And now count full as now Pettycourt is 1 pitch away from a 6th straight scoreless and hitless inning out on the bump for your Pacers. Currently with a 2-0 lead in the top half of the 6th. Pettycourt deals. This one fouled back. As that Pacer dugout all types of fired up. And as a baseball player, there's nothing more fun than that. When you're just so when everybody is that level of fired out or fired up in the dugout, everybody's up on the fence, everybody's ready. There's nothing better. Pettycourt, this one to the left field. Jackson May camped. 3 outs. 6 straight scoreless, hitless inning for Sam Pettycourt. As now we head to the bottom of the 6th. Pacers coming to the plate, looking to add to that 2-0 lead. You're listening to the Pacers Sports Network. Tyshawn Barrett up at the plate takes ball one here. Pacers on top 2-0 as we get things brewing here in the bottom half of the sixth. Still be Brandon Pond at the plate as now he evens the count with a foul ball here. 1-1 the count. This one low and away. Now Barrett ahead in the count 2-1. He walked his first time at bat. He got down pretty quickly 0-2 and then was able to battle back and work his way on with a walk. So now it looks like the sun's trying to peek its way through out on the left side there beyond the Lynchburg dugout. So now this will be ruled strike number 2. Count even at 2-2. And now this one sent out to center field, and that will carry right to the Lynchburg center fielder Atkins out there in center field, and he'll put this one away for out number 1. That'll bring the shortstop Hunter Ward to the plate. One man gone, nobody on here for the Pacers. First pitch from Pond to Ward, and that will be a nice low strike. Good job there by Pond as he gets ahead here, 0-1. And now he gets ahead even more, 0-2 the count here to the Pacers shortstop. It's now one pitch away from out number 2. And a check swing. Check down to the field umpire. They'll say he held up in time. So now that'll be ball 1. Count's still in favor of Pond here, 1-2. Swung on and missed, and now there's 2 quick outs here for Lynchburg in the bottom of the 6th. As Ward will go down swinging here. That'll bring Logan Barber, the third baseman for the Pacers, up to the plate. This one high and away, a fastball that'll put Barber ahead here, 1-0. This one shanked over the Pacer dugout, and that'll be strike number 1, evening the count at 1-1. And that'll be sent up the middle. Barber gets himself a single. And the Pacers stay alive here with 2 men gone following a 2-out single by Logan Barber. So now that'll bring Rogan to the plate. Rogan, the DH for the Pacers, as Rogan will look to continue what he started. He's 1 for 2 so far. He's single with an RBI with a stand-up triple his last AB. So now he'll work here with 2 outs. Barber aboard following the single. One-0 pitch. That'll be taken on the outside. Good spot there by Pond. And now Barber will head to second. I think they may have called a balk against Pond there. So now that'll put a man in scoring position here for the Pacers with Rogan at the plate. Rogan, a stand-up triple An RBI triple at that in his last AB is now he'll take a strike here and get in a 1-2 hole as Brandon Pond looking to work through this 2-out single by Logan Barber. So far, Brandon Pond looking really well. I mean, obviously gave up 2 in the 4th and a couple of singles here and there. But other than that, I mean, he's having a pretty solid day on the mound here for Lynchburg as he keeps his team in this. And that's one thing that's critical. You know, when you're struggling to get it done at the plate, you know, like Lynchburg is at the moment, as they've now got 6 scoreless, hitless innings, what you want is a pitcher on the mound that's going to help you counter that and keep you in the game. And that, for the most part, I would say Lynchburg has had that today in Brandon Pond, as now he finds himself ahead in the count, 1-2, 2 men out here, man on second, Logan Barber out there in scoring position for the Pacers. Rogan at the plate. 1-2 pitch from Pond is sent down the right field line, foul, as Rogan stays alive here. And that'll be a little low in the zone, and now that'll even things up at 2-2. This one low and away in the dirt. So now Rogan works his way back in here, and the count is full. Three-two, 2 outs, man on second. Couple of checks, and Rogan will chop this one or be swung on and miss. A drop third strike, throw down to first base well in time, and that'll be out number 3. As a potential run at scoring position at second base following Barber's single, and then a balk will not come to pass. So now 6 innings of work in the books for Brandon Pond. So far, only 2 runs scored by the Pacers as they lead it 2-0. Inning number 7 coming up here. We'll take a short break. Pettycord back at it when we come back on the Pacers Sports Network. Lane will be up to the plate here first for Lynchburg in the top half of the 7th. As it's been a pretty quick game. Pacers on top here, 2-0. Sam Pettigore back out on the mound here for the Pacers as he's been absolutely rolling here through 6 innings. He'll deal ball number 1 here to Lane. As Lynchburg will Lynchburg trying to find their first hit of the game, and that one will be sent to short. Ward fields it. And And a stretch by Barrett. Good job there by Barrett. Able to stretch and get the job done. As sometime, and in a play like that, the stretch from the first baseman is what makes all the difference. I mean, when you've got to play on the run, a fast runner at that, the ability to stretch out as a first baseman, again, can sometimes make all the difference in the world, and it does right there. Tyshawn Barrett, your USA South Player of the Week, gets the job done at first base. Meanwhile, this one's sent to shallow right field, as that'll be Taylor to call off Seaton, and again, 2 quick outs here for Sam Petticord, as it feels like every inning, it's been within 2 minutes, it's already been 2 outs, as he's just continuing to keep this thing moving. His pace has been unparalleled so far today, and now that'll bring up Avery Neves, sophomore from Reston, Virginia. This one low and away. That'll get back to the backstop. That'll be a 1-0 count here for Neves. This one will make it into the box. A little bit low and away, but it'll catch the zone. 1-1 the count. And that one will catch the inside part of the plate. And now, just like that, Petticord 1 pitch away from scoreless, hitless inning number 7. And a 2-0 Pacer lead. 1-2. Chop to third base. Barber, Fields, throw across in time. And there's 7 scoreless, hitless inning for Sam Petticord. As we head to the bottom of the 7th with a 2-0 Pacer lead. I just don't know what else to say. This is as good as it gets. It's as good as it gets. Clean pitching, clean defense, putting some runs on the board. A quick game, by the way. That's all you could ask for when you're in these types of games as a baseball player, as a spectator. It's a beautiful thing to watch. 2-0, the Pacers lead it. We'll go to the 7th. We'll come right back to you on the Pacers Sports Network. Pacers second baseman Alex Seaton will be up next as we get the bottom of the 7th going here on the Pacers Sports Network. Glad to have all of you joining us. Again, whether you're with Peace, whether you're with Lynchburg, we're glad to have you in all the same. As it's been, I will say, I mentioned this last week on the broadcast, last week being our first broadcast, as this one's a ball high and away 1-0, is, I've been calling baseball and basketball games for William Peace this year. And, basketball not having any fans, it's been, we miss having you guys out to basketball games. Now, obviously, and that's kind of where I'm going with it. It's been really nice that, baseball being an outdoor sport, we have had fans, and it's been so great having that atmosphere back out at our games. Because I swear, when you're doing a basketball game with no fans, and especially in a smaller gym like you tend to see in Division III, when they're shooting free throws, you can literally hear a pin drop. I can hear myself think. It's not always a good thing. It's not always the best thing. So, again, really love having the fans out here. Now, granted, the live stream being more critical this season, it has been a pleasure to have more of you listening and watching here on the Pacers Sports Network this year. Couldn't be more thankful for that. This one, a little high and away, swung on and missed by Roseboro. 1 strike, 1 man out, nobody on here for the Pacers as they lead it 2-0. Meanwhile, forgot to mention, new pitcher out here, Adam Doffelmeyer for Lynchburg, as this one will be sent out to left field. That will be 2 quick outs here. Jackson May, left fielder for the Pacers, will be up next. He singled in his first trip around. He'll take a nice spot here as Doffelmeyer able to get ahead. 0-1, 2 men gone, nobody on here for the Pacers. The 0-1 pitch to May, swung on and missed. A nice breaking ball on the outer half of the plate as May will just swing right through it. Another breaker outside, catches the corner, and that'll be a nice inning of work for the first man out of the Lynchburg bullpen, Adam Doffelmeyer, a senior lefty from Harrisonburg, Virginia, as he gets the job done there. 7 innings in the book here. Pacers lead it 2-0. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. And there it is, the first hit of the day for Lynchburg here to kick off the top half of the 8th. It comes from the man Combs over there at first base for the Pacers. He's currently now you got a pinch runner, but he's the first baseman for Lynchburg. He finally comes through and finally gets the job done to give them their first hit of the day. And we'll see if we can get that spark to stick. So now there will go the no-hitter for Petticord through 7 innings. Little breaking ball high and away. So now Petticord gets behind here 1-0. We'll see what he does now. You know, we've seen him, and we've talked about this the whole game, how he's been cruising with that pace. And he's just been loosey-goosey. I mean, he's been getting it done, rolling through 7 innings. So now I'm curious to see what he's going to do facing a little bit of adversity here late in this game. You know, the Pacers only need 6 outs to close this thing out. They lead it 2-0. And now with a runner on first, Lynchburg getting their first hit of the day. Again, really curious to see how Petticord, and honestly just the Pacers as a whole, but specifically Petticord on the mound, will respond to some adversity here. Is now a pickoff move as the pinch runner for Lynchburg will get back in time. Alvano's at the plate here. 1 man aboard, nobody out. Outside, nice spot as Petticord able to catch the corner. Two one pitch chopped as Alvano's barely able to get out in front of that as that one was well inside on him. Now the count even at 2-2. Runner will go back to first. Nobody out. Pacers lead it 2-0 here in the top of the 8th. Pacers needing 6 outs to get this thing done and to close out game 1. But I got to be honest, I got a funny feeling Lynchburg might have something to say about that as this one is far from over. But meanwhile, Petticord has a response of his own as now that will catch the inner half. Petticord, a nice little nod of confidence there as he comes right back following losing his hitless game and gets a nice strikeout looking there for the Pacers, and that will put 1 man gone here for Lynchburg, a man on at first base. Little movement in both the Peace and the Lynchburg bullpens. Tate Proctor over there moving around in the Pacer bullpen. The first pitch sent to short. Ward fields and gets the force out at second. Would have had a double play, but he bobbled it just a little bit. So the runner at first will survive here as just a fielder's choice force out at second. Meanwhile, 2 men gone here as Petticord potentially one pitch away, 1 out away from an 8th scoreless inning. You know, obviously it would have been great to keep the no-hitter going, but I mean, forget about that. The fact that that obviously that would be nice, but continuing with zeros on the board and getting this win is ultimately what's the biggest thing here. Is now that'll be a single sent up to the middle. It's now a man on first and second here with 2 outs. And now Coach Dylan Finks, pitching coach for the Pacers, will walk out to the mound. May see a pitching change, may just see a mound visit. But, I mean, as I was saying, obviously it sucks to lose the no-hitter if you're Petticord. But even in that moment of frustration, if you're able to make the mind switch of staying focused on the bigger picture, which is keeping up with scoreless innings and getting, the next now 4 outs that the Pacers need to close out this win here in game 1. If you're able to do that is elite mentality right there. That is elite mental strength to be able to lose a no-hitter late in this game and still be focused on the task at hand, as now Petticord will stay out there. So now he's got 2 men gone, a force out at any base here for the Pacers as they lead it 2-0, top half of the 8th. Riley O'Donovan, freshman righty from Reston, Virginia, will be up first. He will be a pinch hitter. Meanwhile, a pinch runner will head out to first base. Dylan Fisher will take the place of Zach Potts. Holden Fielder out there. So now Lynchburg has some extra wheels out on the base paths. 2 men gone here. They've got 2 aboard. This is the first time, or one of the few times all day, that they've had a man out in scoring position at second base. It's one of the few opportunities they've had to potentially cash in a run here, as they only trail 2. As Brandon Pond, their starter, really able to keep them in this game. And then Adam Doffelmeyer, last inning, coming out of the pen, getting the job done in his first inning of work. So now that check swing will be ruled strike 1. Outside, close, but not close enough. That'll be ruled ball 1 here, evening the count at 1-1. And that one low in the zone will catch it. And now Pettycord, 1 pitch away from an 8th scoreless inning. And would put the Pacers 3 outs away of coming into the top of the 9th, ready to close this thing out and put a bow on a win here in Game 1, or doubleheader here with Lynchburg. Pinch hitter O'Donovan at the plate here for Lynchburg. The pitch, and that'll catch the corner. 8 scoreless innings for Sam Pettycord. Loses his no-hitter late, but able to stay in it and keep his eyes on the prize as he gets it done here. 8 scoreless innings for Pettycord. Pacers 3 outs away, but meanwhile, they look to tack a little bit of insurance on the board as they're coming to the plate in the bottom of the 8th. We'll take a break and come back on the Pacers Sports Network. Back to the top of the lineup here for the Pacers. In the bottom of the 8th, Gavin Taylor will be the man up. He was the first single of the day for the Pacers back in the first inning, and he'll face a new pitcher here as Taylor, nobody home at first to get the bunt, as he will bunt his way on. That Pacer bullpen dugout, the bench, completely fired up there down the first base line. As even up 2-0, they're still in it, and they've still got their foot on the throat here. That'll bring Nate Holt to the plate, looking to break his 0-for-3 spell here in this one. Santiago Meneses will be the man, the second guy to come in out of the Lynchburg bullpen. Doffelmeyer able to do very well in his first inning of work last inning. We'll see how Meneses can follow that up with a man on first following the leadoff bunt for a hit by Gavin Taylor. So the Pacers will look to get some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 8th, only needing 3 outs in the next half inning to close this thing out in game 1 of our doubleheader. As the sun is coming out right on time here, as now a sac bunt by Nate Holt will move Taylor up to second base in scoring position, and there's 1 out. Tyshawn Barrett, the next man up in the 3-hole for the Pacers. Barrett, one of those 2 runs to score. As now, I was about to say he walked earlier in the game, and now he'll intentionally walk here as they'll just put him on and get a force out at every bag for Lynchburg. Shortstop Hunter Ward will be up next. He's 1 for 3. Ward drove in Barrett in one of his ABs to get one of those runs, and then he scored himself to get the other of those 2 runs that the Pacers currently have. And that'll be sent deep left field. And that'll just bounce up against the wall. Taylor goes to third. Bases loaded for the Pacers. Logan Barber up, bases loaded, Pacers on top 2-0. And that'll be right down the middle. So that'll get Meneses out to an 0-1 start here. Again, second man out of the Lynchburg bullpen, and he's got a tough task here with bases loaded, 1 out. You know, they can turn 2 anywhere here as that'll be fouled back. Barber down 0-2. Pacers 3 outs away from a win here in game 1, but again, trying to get some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 8th. And that'll be fouled over to the right side off the backstop. Barber looking to fight here. Meneses up ahead, 0-2. And that'll be low and in as Barber will move out of the way here. Now a 1-2 count. And now we'll have a mound visit here for Lynchburg. Take a little pause in play. And I got to be honest here, I meant to mention this on the last broadcast, but really just didn't get around to it. You know, so far in every game that the Pacers have played, you know, I was talking to somebody the other day about this, you know, when they were asking me kind of how the Pacers had looked. They've been very consistently clean, if that makes sense. Like every aspect of the game, they've had it. As now a 2-2 pitch to Barber, as now he's working his way back into it. But yeah, the Pacers, they've just been very consistent and they've been very clean. Whether it was the starting pitching, you know, today Petticourt a good example of that. The bullpen, Padgett a good example of that last week. They've just been able to get it done. Barber sends this one out to center field. Taylor will tag and head to the plate. And Barrett will head to third. Throw not in time. And the Pacers go up 3-0 thanks to the sac fly from Logan Barber, as he will just get the job done here in the 8th. Meanwhile, 2 men gone here and 2 men in scoring position as run number 4, just 90 feet away over there, Tyshawn Barrett at third. And Rogan will now be put on, is now a force at any bag yet again here for Lynchburg. That'll bring up the second baseman, Alex Seaton, to the box. First pitch fouled off of the ankle of Seaton, is now Meneses will get ahead here 0-1. Meneses sets up 0-1. Bases loaded. The pitch inside again, this time a little too far, evening the count at 1-1. This one high, and now Seaton moves ahead in the count 2-1. Rogan at first. Tyshawn Barrett at third. Hunter Ward, the shortstop, at second base here. So now the base is full of Pacers and full of potential insurance runs here for the Pacers in the bottom of the eighth. The pitch swung on and missed. Now count moves to 2-2. Good job by Meneses here to stay in it. Two-two pitch, swung on and fouled over the Pacer dugout out of play, as the count will stay exactly where it is at 2-2. Two-two pitch, swung on again, fouled at the plate. That's the second one Seaton's fouled off his ankle. And this AB is now he will just take a minute to hobble around just a bit, as that's always tough as a hitter. I mean, it's bad enough when you do it one time as a hitter, twice, and God forbid if you hit the same spot of your ankle twice. That don't feel too good. Let's just put it that way. Seaton's still walking it off. Seaton back in the box. 2-2. 2 outs. Bases loaded. And that'll hit Seaton, and that'll bring in run number 4. Ward moves to third. Rogan moves to second, and now Seaton. That dude couldn't catch a break. He shanked it off his ankle twice and then got finished off by getting hit in the thigh. Because now he'll move up to first base. I assume he can still run. Maybe. It's a big maybe. Roseboro will come to the box here. Now a pinch runner coming in here for the Pacers. It'll be Cole Thompson, as he'll take over for Hunter Ward out there at third base. First pitch, nice movement there from Meneses, as he will get a swing and a miss out of Roseboro. 0-1 the count. Pacers on top here, 4-0. Bases full of Pacers following the dead ball. So now that'll be hit in the hole between first and second. 1 run will score. 2 runs will come to the plate for the Pacers here. No throw. Roseboro with a 2 RBI single here with 2 outs in the 8th, and the Pacers go up 6-0. Jackson May will be up next. So now Fiedler, the catcher for Lynchburg, will walk out and have a quick word with Meneses out at the mound. Meanwhile, hope you'll join us for Game 2 of this two-game doubleheader here between William Peace and Lynchburg. It'll, probably be about a 20 to 30-minute break. And then we'll get right into it here on the Pacer Sports Network. Again, hope you'll join us. Really appreciate all of you that tuned in here for Game 1. There's now some movement in that Lynchburg bullpen. 2 men gone, 2 men on here. Man at first and second. Ward at second. Excuse me, you got Seaton at second. Roseboro at first. Jackson May, the left fielder for the Pacers, at the plate. Nice movement there as that slider will break right to the outside part of the plate. Evening the count at 1-1. Another slider. This one breaks way out of the zone as now Jackson May goes up in the count here 2-1. With 2 men aboard and 2 outs, Pacers leading bottom of the 8th, 6-0. They scored 2 back in the 4th, and they've scored 4 here in the 8th inning. Now both runners on the move. Throw down to third base in time. Tag not in time, though, as Seaton will swipe a bag over there at third. Now 2 men in scoring position for the Pacers with a 3-1 hitters count for Jackson May. He singled earlier in the game. And nice pitch there. That one low and in. Just a really good location there if you're Meneses. A 3-1 hitters count, I ain't swinging at that. So I don't blame May at all for taking that one. It's not what you're looking for in that situation, especially with runners in scoring position. This one low and in, a slider that didn't quite get back into the zone, and that'll be a 2-out walk. And that will, again, for the third time this inning, load the bases full of Pacers as we go back to the top of the Pacer lineup. Gavin Taylor will head up to the plate. Meanwhile, you'll likely see a pitching change here by Lynchburg. We'll take a short break, let you catch your breath a little bit. I'll catch mine. We'll take a quick break and get right back to you on the Pacer Sports Network. Kendrick Creasy will be the next man up out of the Lynchburg bullpen. So we get things going here in the bottom half of the eighth. Pacers on top 6-0. Gavin Taylor coming up to the plate. This one low and away in the dirt, but it'll stay somewhat in front here for Lynchburg catcher Martin. Able to prevent that run from scoring over at third. Pacers on top here, 6-0, bases loaded. Taylor having a great day, 3 for 4. He's got 1 run. This one shanked over to the right side, over the Pacer dugout, putting strike number 1 on the board here. Taylor still ahead, 2-1. That one well in the zone, evening the count here at 2-2. Nice job here by the Lynchburg reliever. Creasy, a junior righty out of Waldorf, Maryland. 2-2 pitch is high, and that'll move the count to full. And now Creasy in danger of walking in run number 7, or worse, potentially a hit that would bring in at least 2 runs. Three-two pitch fouled as Seaton almost got plunked for a 4th time as that foul ball headed right towards his shins, able to get out of the way. They might have had to gotten Seaton a wheelchair if he would have got hit with that one. Three-two pitch. And inside, and here comes run number 7 as Seaton will cross the plate. Taylor will head to first. And now Nate Holt will hit with bases loaded. 2 men still out. 5 runs here in the 8th for the Pacers. You know, I mentioned that, Pacers need 3 outs to win the game going into the bottom half of this inning. But I talked about how, they might want to get some insurance. When I was thinking, man, a couple, 1, 2. Now they thought about maybe 5 and counting here as Nate Holt will hit with bases loaded. He'll foul the first one away over to the right side. This one hit right side, not quite deep enough, as that will be tracked down and caught as Holt's struggles continue. Carson able to just get under that one over near the foul line in right field. Meanwhile, 5 runs come across here for the Pacers. They need 3 outs as we head to the top of the 9th. We'll be right back at you as the Pacers try and close this one out right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Sam Petticord out in the top of the ninth. Pacers on top, 7-0. 8 scoreless innings here dealt by Petticord, and he'll look to add number 9 and put a 4th win on the schedule for William Peace here as they look to close out game 1 of this doubleheader. It's now a foul ball following the first pitch ball. We'll even things up at 1-1. One pitch from Petticord, a little off the plate. This one inside and did not quite catch enough of the corner as Petticord just nods and grits his teeth as he wanted that one. Meanwhile, the count will go to 3-1. This one shanked over to the left side, and now count full. One pitch away from out number 1 here in the top of the ninth. Pacers, 7-0 lead. And low in the zone, and that'll be a strike 3 call. There's out number 1. First pitch right down the middle. Petticord continues getting ahead here, 0-1. It's the theme of the day for him. Really, outside of the last inning where he lost his hitless game, I mean, the whole game, the theme for him has been moving along, nice, fast pace, and he's been getting ahead of batters all day long. I mean, he's really been, I could go a step further than that as we currently see it. He's been getting up 0-2 on hitters all day long. The 0-2 pitch here a little high, moving the count to 1-2, which, I mean, if you're a coach, that's all you can ask. I mean, for all of your pitchers, frankly, but out of your starter, what number 1 rule of pitching, get the first strike. Get the first strike. Get ahead. But when you've got a pitcher that's just getting 0-2 count after 0-2 count after 0-2 count, that is all you could ask for if you're Coach Chris Duty down there, head coach of the Pacers. 2-2 pitch from Petticord. Hit right back at him, and he will just jog that over and toss it to Barrett. And the Pacers 1 out away from a 7-0 shutout and win number 4 on the season. Low and away, catches the zone, and now Petticord again gets ahead here, 0-1. Now 2 strikes away. And there's the second one as he gets ahead again, 0-2. I'd love to know the percentage that he's gotten ahead 0-2 all day. Maybe I'll dig that up for you next game. 0-2 pitch, Petticord off the plate. Nice mix there. So he'll move the count to 1-2. All the Pacers in the dugout up on the fence. 1-2 pitch. Got him! Petticord shuts him out, 7-0. 9 straight scoreless innings from Sam Petticord and an absolutely dominant performance. You know, I thought last week in his win 7-5 against Methodist in their first game of the season, I thought that was pretty good. And he comes out here and he completely tops himself. Again, your final here from the USA Baseball Complex in Cary, 7-0. Pacers get the win over Lynchburg, move to 4-1 on their season. Lynchburg will move to 2-3 on theirs. But don't go away. Game 2 is coming at you here in probably about 20 minutes to 30 minutes. We hope you'll join us right here on the Pacers Sports Network. But if you can't or if you don't, appreciate you joining in for this game. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back for Game 2 here in just a little while right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Checking again, checking again. Okay. Check it. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Checking.
But if you turn those back up
Yeah.
and
I mean, I don't mind it, really. I just was curious, like, what that was.
yeah, now your mic is good. But
Uh-huh.
now turn it off the way you used to.
What about now? Check, 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 check. It's getting it? All right. I'm curious. Yeah, I think that might be. That's no, because I knew. Checking.
I'm guessing that.
Does it get me now?
Yep. But just.
Yeah, I turned it back on now. Well, no, I knew.
Actually, when you did that, it didn't change the other dial.
Quick mic check. Quick mic check. One last mic check. Making sure I'm not too loud for you guys. Don't want to blow the speakers out in your car or anything. Game 2 coming at you here out at USA Baseball Complex in Cary. Welcome in if you're just joining us. Welcome back if you're coming in from Game 2 of our doubleheader today between William Peace and Lynchburg. William Peace taking Game 1. Complete shutout from Sam Petticord. Your final score in that one, 7-0. William Peace moves on to 4-1. Obviously a non-conference matchup, so currently they are 0-0, or should be 2-0 actually, winning 2 games against Methodist. Just last weekend, they come in this thing 2-1 here at home at USA Baseball Complex in Cary. Lynchburg, meanwhile, is 2-3 as they will face off against Austin Skipper on the mound here in Game 2 for William Peace. And right off the bat, a single for Kinston Carson. Lynchburg responding to that shutout they were dealt by the Pacers in Game 1. We'll see how they respond here in Game 2 as they are off on the right note. As they will look to even back up their record at 3-3. Sun finally starting to peek its head out here, really towards the end or the last couple of innings in Game 1. You know, after yesterday, at least around these parts, Cary and the Raleigh area, complete washout yesterday to the point where I feel like a lot of people were like, are they actually going to play? And I'm like, yeah, that field drains pretty well over here at the USA Complex. Plus, they tarp the field, and just the field itself, like the outfield, it drains very well. As now this one will be sent over to the third base side, and it'll be Avery Neves to record out number 1 here for the Pacers. Still a runner on first in Kinston Carson. And I got to say, that's, as a former William Peace player, that's one thing. I mean, I feel like there were numerous times where it would rain so much, and you would literally ask yourself, like, there's no way we're playing the next day. And we would. And that's just a testament to the facilities here at USA and how well the field drains. I mean, the complex out here in Cary, it's equivalent to any major league spring training facility you could go to. William Peace very fortunate to have facilities that can make these games happen after just, again, a washout yesterday. So we'll see what Skipper can do here. With 1 out, he throws a nice, looked like a 2-seam or a cut action strike right there. Swung through and missed, evening the count here at 1-1. So we've got about 88 of you in here on the Pacer Sports Network, now 89. Welcome in to everyone coming in from the previous game or joining us for the first time today. So now that will be just a single. Avery Neves was maybe seeing if that would go foul, but it'll just roll, stay fair, and that'll be a man on first and second now with 1 man gone. Tyler Vaughn over at third base for William Peace. Wanted to correct myself real quick. I've been looking at the Lynchburg roster this whole time when I've been looking at number 30, Avery Neves. At the plate here now for Lynchburg. Again, excuse that little mistake. It's now Skipper behind here, 1-0. 2-man aboard here for Lynchburg as they were not able to crack the run column. They did finally string a couple of hits along as they were hitless through almost 8 innings, and then they finally came through in the 8th. But not able to get any runs over on, again, Sam Petticord, who was able to go the distance and shut out Lynchburg in Game 1 just a little while ago. And now this one off the plate, a little wider strike zone here for the plate umpire, as now that'll be ruled a 2-1 count. Skipper sets, takes a long look out to second base, deals, breaking ball in the zone, and now the count even at 2-2. This one just off the plate. A breaking ball. Pretty similar location to strike number one earlier in the AB. I don't know if you know, that one being a fastball and this one a little bit of a breaker had that little more movement to the outside. But that will be ruled ball 3. So now a count is full. 2 men on here for Lynchburg. As they try and get on the board here in the first inning. This one skied behind the plate. Will it stay fair? It will not. Good job by Cole Robbins to get in pursuit of this one, but it will be over the backstop, and the count will stay full. Runners will stay where they are. Quick look at your lineup here for Lynchburg. You've got Carson leading off as he's out at second base. Combs in the 2-hole at first base. You got Jackson, Neves, O'Donovan, Collins, Atkins, Martin, Long, and then Potts will be on the mound in the bottom half of this inning. So now this will be fouled straight back. On the William P. side, you've got Gavin Taylor leading things off. He's in right field. Jackson May in left. Tyshawn Barrett at first. Hunter Ward at short. Logan Barber will be in the DH spot. Vaughn at third. Seaton at second as usual. Robbins behind the plate. Nate Holt, your man as usual, out at center field. And then again, you've got Austin Skipper on the mound here in game 2 of this doubleheader. It's now a full count. Pitch gets drilled out to left field. May on his horse out there. Good job by May, able to track this one down as that had some good carry to it. And that'll just come right in, and Vaughn will scoop that up. So now 2 men away here. Skipper, one of the seniors on this Peace squad. He's a right-hander from Wilmington, North Carolina. Went to New Hanover High School. He stands about 6'2", as he's gradually worked his way into the starting rotation during his time here at Peace. So now that'll be strike number 1. Skipper got a good amount of time on the mound as a freshman in different spots, and then, you know, his sophomore year started to dabble in some of the starts in his second year, and then last year was in the starting rotation regular, and then obviously this year he's going to be a big key in the Pacers starting rotation. So now he gets ahead here, 0-2. A little bit of a rocky start, 2 runners on, but he's worked his way into a nice rhythm here. Pitch 0-2, and it's close, and surprised that wasn't strike number 3. Meanwhile, he's still ahead at 1-2. So we've now got over 100 of you with us here on the Pacers Sports Network. Welcome in on what has become a really nice Saturday. Started out pretty kind of cloud and dreary after a lot of rain yesterday, but the sun finally made its way out, and this one will be up and away in the zone. 2-2 the count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men on here, and 2 hits so far this inning for Lynchburg. The pitch just missed, as that would have been a nice spot. A nice spot regardless. Didn't get the call. But if you're going to miss, that's where you want to miss as a pitcher, low and away, as that pitch would have easily either been swung over or forced a ground ball that would have ended the inning. The 3-2 pitch from Skipper, and that'll be in the dirt, so that will be a 2-out walk. That will load the bases here for Lynchburg as they try and get in the run column for the first time here today. Went scoreless in game 1. So they're already out to a nice start of not allowing that to happen here in game 2. Gavin Collins will be the next man up. He's a freshman from Clifton, Virginia, and he'll hit in a pretty tantalizing spot for any hitter. 2 outs, bases loaded. The breaker just moves out of the zone here as Skipper's been kind of struggling with that pitch specifically. You know, he's gotten a few fastballs in that location to get called for a strike, but that breaking ball that kind of breaks towards the black of the plate, maybe just a touch off the black, he has not been able to get that. Not called anyway. He's had a couple of swings at it, but he hasn't been able to get the called strike on that location and pitch just yet. As now a 1-0 count here. Bases loaded. 2 men gone. Only 1 pitch needed here to go ahead and end the inning for the Pacers. They've got an out in any base. Skipper will come set. Fastball sent out towards Nate Holt, center field, and he will camp under it, and that will do it for the inning. Good job there by Skipper to work through a little bit of friction here early on by Lynchburg, as you know they have a little bit to say after they get shut out in Game 1, as they're well on their way to potentially a nice offensive performance later on in this game. But meanwhile, to the bottom of the first we go. Pacers coming up to the plate for the first time in Game 2. We'll take it to a break and get right back to you on the Pacers Sports Network. Don't go away. Zach Potts will get the start here for Lynchburg in Game 2. Potts a sophomore. He's a righty, 6'3", 165 from Oilville, Virginia. Meanwhile, he will face the Pacer leadoff man Gavin Taylor and Pacer right fielder. 3 hits that I can remember. He might have had even more at the rate he was going, but definitely 3 hits and a run scored for Gavin Taylor in the last game. Really hot hand he had at the plate as he'll take strike 1 on the outer part of the plate. Nice location here for Zach Potts. So he'll take the ball in Game 2 for Lynchburg. Strike 2 called. So now Taylor works his way into an 0-2 hole here. Jackson May will be on deck. Nice take there by Taylor. Still behind in the count, though, 1-2. Swing and a miss. Taylor goes down swinging. Good start here for Potts. So that'll bring Jackson May to the plate. May hitting in the 2-hole this game. Usually he hits towards the end of the lineup. Just, typically you want fast guys. Obviously you want fast guys at the beginning of the lineup, and a lot of times you want the fast guys at the end of the lineup, and that's usually been his role down there in that part of the lineup. He moves up to the 2 spot here in game 2. This one low and away, so at least the call's going both ways, as Skipper struggled to get that call on the Pacers side of things last inning on the mound, and Potts will not get it here, at least not that time anyway, as now he starts May off 1-0. This one high and away 2-0 as the Pacer left fielder gets ahead. This one jams up May, ground ball out to second base, and that'll be out number 2. It's Garrett Jackson, junior from Virginia Beach, will take care of that one. 2 quick outs here for Lynchburg. Tyshawn Barrett will be the man up, your USA South Player of the Week, and your 3-hole hitter. As we see Lynchburg off to a nice quick start here in their first inning out in the field, after they gave a little bit of friction to the Pacer defense and Austin Skipper in inning number 1, following a game where they weren't able to get any runs across. You kind of felt things change a little bit. At least I felt like things changed there for Lynchburg in inning number 1. Even though they didn't score, they were able to load the bases and get a little something going, and now they're off to a nice start here on defense, specifically on the mound here. Now a 1-1 count for the Pacer 3-hole hitter. Nobody on, 2 men out. Potts goes through his windup, and Barrett shoots that one right back where it came from, and he'll be aboard with a 2-out single. Hunter Ward will follow that up in the 4-hole spot. The Pacers shortstop. Barrett absolutely shoots a laser back up the middle of the field for the Pacers' first hit of the ball game. This one on the outside, Black. Ward will take, and that'll be strike number 1. Potts able to get ahead. This one off the plate, even in the count at 1-1. This one in the dirt. Barrett, who tends to be on the speedier side, took a quick little step towards second base, but will hold at first. And it's one of the many things we've talked about on the broadcast about Barrett over there at first, is that, again, he's one of the power hitters that tends to have more pop, and he's a bigger body for the Pacers, and which makes the fact that he's fast very deceptive, because usually when you've got somebody who's stronger and bigger, they're not quite as fast. But with Barrett, that is not the case. When the Pacers ended their season last year, obviously in the middle of the season abruptly due to COVID, he led them in steals and triples. So definitely his speed is not to be neglected, as this one will end the inning. A little chopper back to Potts at the mound and a throw over to first base well in time. And that will do it. 1 hit there. Tyshawn Barrett, a nice rope up the middle for a single. 1 hit for Peace, 2 for Lynchburg. No runs for either as we put inning number 1 in game 2 in the books. We'll come back in the second when we return on the Pacer Sports Network. Carson Atkins will be the first man up here in inning number 2 for Lynchburg, as he will send this one to the right field gap. Taylor Holt closing in on it. It'll be Holt to take the lead out there and put a nice little out number 1 on the board following one pitch from Skipper in his second inning of work. 2 hits for Lynchburg last inning. Chris Martin will be the next man up for Lynchburg as they look to get on the scoreboard in the first time today. Breaking ball well off the plate. Ball 1. Martin able to get ahead here. And when we take a look real quick at who Lynchburg has been able to play so far this year as they come into this one 2-3 following their loss in Game 1 of this series. They've played Greensboro 3 times at Greensboro. They won the first game in that one, dropped the second 2. Then they won against Averett in their home opener. They won that one 11-9, and then they lost earlier today in Game 1 to William Peace. Now here they are looking to get something going here and even up their record with a win in Game 2. Meanwhile, count moves to 1-2. Skipper gets a nice swing and miss. And nice breaker, finally gets the call on the outer black with that breaking pitch. And that will be a quick 2 outs here, as that was a theme we saw quite a bit for the Pacers with Petticourt out on the mound last game. You know, two trends I saw on defense was they got, Petticourt was able to get up 0-2 over and over and over and over, and they were also getting 2 quick outs. I mean, just within a blink of an eye, it seemed like every inning. Remember I said last game, it felt like we'd been playing for 15 minutes and we were already halfway through the game. And so it's nice to see the Pacers sticking with that here. Skipper out to a nice second inning, and a laser to third base. Vaughn reaches out and takes care of it, and that's a quick 3 outs. After a first inning where Lynchburg was able to load the bases, get a little something going, got 2 hits. They get zeros there as Skipper has a nice second inning. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Pacers coming back up, looking for more hits and some runs here. The score is 0-0. We'll come back and give you a second inning on the Pacers Sports Network. DH Logan Barber will be up next to get things going here in the bottom half of the second. Still no score here in Game 2 of our 2-game doubleheader between William Peace and Lynchburg. William Peace taking Game 1 7-0 here as their record moves to 4-1, off to a very nice start. It's now a nice pitch off the black as Potts gets ahead here. A good first inning for Potts on the mound here in Game 2 for Lynchburg, only giving up 1 hit last inning. And now a fly ball heading out towards left field. It's got some carry to it, but not quite enough, as Neves will just get under this and put it away for out number 1. So now that'll bring the third baseman Tyler Vaughn to the plate. Senior infielder. He's a transfer from Wake Tech. Taking his first swings of the day. We saw Vaughn make a nice play to end the first half of this inning after a laser got sent out to third base, and he reached out and snagged it for a quick out. Again, you know, nothing worse for a hitter than just drilling one and it just goes right to a glove. Vaughn able to do that for the Pacers in the top of the second. Will foul the first one away as Potts gets off to a nice 0-1 start again. Little two-seam action, high and away, or high and in, I should say, in the zone, evening the count at 1-1. Swing and a miss as Potts moves the count to 1-2. A high fastball manages to go through the barrel of Vaughn. And he'll foul this one back. Count will stay where it is at 1-2. Nice little battle brewing here between Potts and Vaughn. One-two pitch. Low in the zone, and that'll even things up at 2-2. Good plate discipline by Vaughn. You know, it can be tough. You know, when you're down in the count like that, it can be. I mean, that fastball that's low, it shouldn't. But when you're kind of itchy and you're trying to protect and you're trying to avoid the strikeout, as he'll take strike 3 looking. You know, that low fastball can be a little bit tantalizing, and you can have a tendency to go after it as a hitter, which a lot of times results in either a weak ground ball or just a complete swing and a miss. As Vaughn will go down looking there, that'll bring second baseman Alex Seaton to the plate. This one on the outside part gets a nice strike call there. Potts really working the outside. As we've seen, this umpire, he doesn't have a very wide zone, but he'll give it to you on the black if it's there, and we've seen Potts get a few of those calls here as he gets ahead for the third straight time this inning. 0-1, a chopped one to shortstop, and throw well in time to get Seaton. Nice play by Long out there at shortstop. And so through 2 innings, no score here. 2 hits for Lynchburg, 1 for the Pacers, none by either side in that inning. We'll head to the top of the third. Austin Skipper back out on the mound for your Pacers when we return on the Pacers Sports Network. Kinston Carson will be up next here in the top of the third. 2 scoreless innings for both sides. It's been a nice little pitching duel, especially in the last inning and the second. Both Potts and Skipper are doing really nice work on the mound for both of these teams as Skipper falls behind here 1-0. This one fouled back, evening the count at 1-1. So that will drop in play, but in foul territory. Thought Vaughn might have a shot at it over there. This will just drop off to the side. Skipper with an even 1-1 count here on Carson. This one will be high and away, moving the count in favor of Carson. 2 balls and a strike. Swing and a miss there by Carson, moving it to 2-2. Nice aggressive swing, though. I mean, that's what you want as a hitter. I mean, when you're in a hitter's count, 2-0, 3-0, 1-0, or 2-1, 3-1, you have to have the mentality that more than likely a fastball is coming because, I mean, when you fall behind as a pitcher, you've got to get back in it. And so you can't be guessing up there. You got to have that mindset that there is going to be something there, and you got to be ready to attack it if it's in the zone as the count now moves to 3-2 here. Skipper goes through his wind-up, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strikeout. Skipper gets it high in the zone and gets a swing and a miss as Carson will be set down on strikes. Avery Combs, a senior from Lynchburg, Virginia, will move into the box here with 1 out, nobody on, and no score. Lynchburg looking to add on to those hits. They got 2 in the first, none in the second. This one will drop into the zone, look like a changeup as Skipper gets ahead here 0-1. And a breaking ball will drop in there. Nice 0-2 start for Skipper. As he's starting to get a little rhythm going between last inning and now what he's done here in the third. He's starting to get some rhythm going as now he's 1 pitch away from another quick 2-out start here in the third. This one's sent out to center field and it will drop. Nate Holt not able to get to it in time as that will be a 1-out single for Combs. First pitch to Jackson on the inside part of the black will be called for strike number 1. Good job by Skipper to come back following the 1-out single and get ahead here on Jackson. And so far, there's 3 hits on the board for Lynchburg as this one will be off the plate for ball 1. So far, there's 3 hits that are on the board for Lynchburg have all come in the first 3 batters of the lineup. Carson, the leadoff man, has 1. Combs has 1, now the one that he just got. And then in his last AB, Jackson able to single as well as this one will drop in. Thought it was going to drop in. So now it looks like they're going to call a balk against Skipper. So now Combs will move to second base in scoring position. And the count will move to 2-1. Lynchburg with another man in scoring position here, looking to crack the scoreboard for the first time all day. Would be the first team to score in this ball game. As now this one is skied behind the plate, and Robbins will chase it. It will not stay fair. So now the count will move to 2-2. Good job by Skipper to get back into the AB. Lynchburg with a nice opportunity to score in the first inning with bases loaded, and they left all three of those guys on base. And now another opportunity here with a man on second and Combs. The 1-2 pitch. Or excuse me, the 2-2 pitch, and that will be in the dirt. Skipper deals a breaker in the dirt, and now the count will move to full. Three-two pitch in the dirt again. So that'll be a one-out walk following the one-out single. And now 2 men on as Lynchburg starting to bang on the door just a little bit here again. Avery Neves will be up here 0 for 1 so far. He'll hit with 2 men on, 1 in scoring position, and 1 man out. Breaker will not catch the zone as Skipper will fall behind here 1-0. This one fouled away. Count even at 1-1. Skipper comes set, gives a quick look out to Combs, and he will turn and just keep a close eye on Combs out there at second base. The 1-1 pitch is shanked foul over the Pacer dugout, and now Skipper goes ahead here, a ball and 2 strikes. 1 man out, 2 men aboard for Lynchburg. This one sent up the middle. Ward not able to get there, and Combs will round third. The throw from Holt goes up the third base line, and Lynchburg will crack the score column for the first time today, taking a 1-0 lead. Thought for a minute that throw, which was a great throw, just a little bit off by Nate Holt, was going to get him because Combs was coming in. As the throw was starting to kind of go up the third base line, it looked like they might almost meet in the base path, but Combs able to get by just ahead of the throw as he scores. That'll be 4 hits now for Lynchburg as they take, again, a 1-0 lead here in the third. Their first time in the run column all day, and they take a lead. So the first team to score to strike here in Game 2 as Holt will just catch that one for out number 2. Still 2 men aboard here for Lynchburg. It'll bring Gavin Collins to the plate.
Freshman third baseman, number 15, Gavin Collins.
Breaker catches the plate. A little bit of a stretch of the zone there, but it'll start out as 0-1 regardless here for Skipper. 2 men out, a force out in any bag here for the Pacers. Skipper deals. This one's sent over in foul territory, right side. Barrett in pursuit, and he'll catch that one easily and put this one away. Meanwhile, Lynchburg gets into the scoring column, taking a 1-0 lead here after 2.5 innings. To the bottom of the third we go. Pacers coming back up. We'll get back to you right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Cole Robbins will be the next man up here for William Peace as they trail for the first time today. First one in there for a strike. Potts off to a nice start here for Lynchburg as he continues it here in the third, getting up to an 0-1 start. This one low in zone, evening things at 1-1. Low and away. So now Robbins gets ahead in the count. 2 balls and a strike. Nobody out, nobody on. And Pacers trailing 1-0 here in the bottom half of the third. So we'll see how they can respond to a little bit of adversity really for the first time today after absolutely cruising to a 7-0 win in Game 1 of our doubleheader. This one sent to shortstop, chopped a little bit, fielded and put away. Good play there by Long. Freshman shortstop for Lynchburg, and that'll be a quick out for Potts.
Now down to the Pacers, senior center fielder, number 15, Nate Holt.
Nate Holt up here yet again. First pitch chopped back to Long, short. As Long will put this away. Getting a lot of work out there at shortstop here through 3 innings. As he ended the second with a putout, I believe, and he's already got the first 2 here in the second inning. Potts again keeps the rhythm going. And back to the top of the Pacer lineup we go. Gavin Taylor. Taylor struck out in his first trip. Pacers looking to get some more hits on the board. So far, only one. That laser that Tyshawn Barrett put up the middle in the last inning as this first one's fouled away. 0-1 to start things off. This one off the plate, ball 2. Excuse me, that'll be ball 1. That'll even things up at a ball and a strike. 2 men out, nobody aboard. This one's sent to the gap, and it will drop out in the left field gap. Taylor rounds first and will have himself a 2-out stand-up double.
Now back to your Pacers. Sophomore left fielder, number 10, Jackson May.
Jackson May will be up next, the 2-hole hitter for the Pacers, who will hit with an opportunity to tie this thing up at 1 apiece following Gavin Taylor's stand-up double. Meanwhile, back at the plate, May will take one on the outside half, and that'll put Potts ahead here yet again, as I feel like I've said over and over and over this game, as he just continues to really get ahead, 0-1. Nice pitch there, fouled away as Jackson May in a quick 0-2 hole with 2 outs and a man on second. Taylor on the move, ball in the dirt, throw down not in time as Taylor moves up and now is 90 feet away from being the tying run that would tie us at 1 apiece. Meanwhile, count moves to 1-2 for Jackson May. Swing and a miss, nice breaking ball, as throw down to first base will be well in time, and that will put 3 innings in the book here in Game 2. So far, Lynchburg on top, getting that 1 run in the third. They lead it here 1-0. Lynchburg 4 hits, Pacers 2 hits so far. As now Skipper will head back out onto the mound for inning number 4 of work. We'll get a short break in and get right back to you on the Pacers Sports Network. First one, a little off the plate, a slider. The Skipper will fall behind here 1-0. Next one off the black of the plate, a fastball, and that'll even things up at a ball and a strike. Good job for Skipper to come back here. Lynchburg leading 1-0 here in the top of the 4th. And now another strike on the outside as Carson Atkins down 1-2 in the count here to lead things off for Lynchburg. 1-2 pitch. Skipper gets a ground ball. Ward fields, throws, and there's out number 1. Nice start to the inning here for Skipper. Next he'll face Chris Martin.
Number 7, Chris Martin.
This one shanked to the backstop, and that'll be Strike number one as Skipper continues to get ahead here, 0-1 with one man out. So far, Lynchburg went on a nice little tear in the first inning. No runs came from it. They were able to load the bases, however. Really, the only inning they've gotten completely shut down was in the second inning. And then last inning, of course, in the third, they were able to string that first run along. 4 hits total for them so far is now Skipper 0-2. Pitch is high. Martin, 1-2 count here, struck out his first time and will strike out again. Nice breaker from Skipper as he gets 2 quick outs.
Now man for the Hornets, freshman shortstop, number 4, Ryan Long.
Ryan Long will be the next man up with 2 outs here for Lynchburg. Skipper, pitch number 56, gets sent to Vaughn, third base side, and that will be out number 3. Nice backhand play by Vaughn. And a nice throw across will get him, and that will be a pretty clean inning for Skipper. Pretty much resembling the second inning when he shut him down 1-2-3. Does it again here in the fourth. Pacers coming to the plate looking to tie it up here. Lynchburg leading 1-0. You're listening to the Pacers Sports Network. Tyshawn Barrett, a.k.a. your USA South Player of the Week, will be up next. He singled, getting that first hit on the board for the Pacers. He sends this one over to left field. It's over the head of the left fielder. He's heading to second, and he's now got a second hit of the day, a stand-up double here to lead off the fourth for the Pacers as they try and get something going and potentially tie up this game. Lynchburg on top 1-0, but a nice start by the Pacers. Hunter Ward, shortstop for the Pacers, will be up next. Second hit of the day by Barrett, getting a stand-up double. Gavin Taylor with a stand-up double a little earlier as well. Shout out to my 2 former roommates getting us in the hit column here. Some nice stand-up doubles. One of the few times we've seen Potts kind of face some adversity early in an inning. This will be ball number 1. This one will be in the dirt, moves the count to 2-0. Little mound visit, 2-0 count here in favor of Ward. William Peace looking to get on the board here, trailing 1-0 through 4. This one sent to shortstop. Barrett will hold. The throw across by Long is good, as he has had a very active game out there at shortstop for Lynchburg. Barrett will have to hold at second base. Logan Barber is up next, the DH. So now he'll look to get a little something going. This one chopped down third base side. It hits the bag and manages to get through. Barrett on his way to the plate. The throw from Long is not in time. Pacers tie it up at a piece. 1-1 here in the fourth, as Barrett able to motor his way home. Barber, a nice shot down the third base line. It hits the bag, pops up. And at that point, as a defender, there's nothing you can do. And again, talking about that deceptive speed of Barrett, just motors his way home. Really, the throw was in time, but able to get under the tag. And now we have a new ball game on our hands at 1-1. So now Vaughn will be up next. He fouls this one away. This one sent over to right field, and it will drop in the right field corner. As now Barber will come around third. Vaughn on his way to third. The throw will get by, and he'll hold as he legs out a RBI triple with one out. Pacers take a 2-1 lead.
Now down to the Pacers, senior second baseman, number 2, Alex Seaton.
Now everybody getting on these extra base hit deal here. I mean, damn, like Gavin Taylor, a double last inning. Tyshawn starts us off with a stand-up double this inning. Barber brings him in with a double, and then now Vaughn brings in Barber with a triple. Just really explosive outing here by the... And that's the thing I've noticed again. I think I noticed it a little more in last week's game because, you know, I mean, in game one today, they were very consistent throughout the game. But it's like sometimes when they're kind of quiet, you know, like, you know, we saw the first 3 innings, they didn't put up any runs. It's like they can be quiet and then just explode in an instant, very much like you're seeing this inning here, is now they've brought 2 runs across with only 1 out and have taken a 2-1 lead here in 4 innings of play. As that'll bring Alex Seaton, the second baseman, to the plate following a mound visit here by Lynchburg, as Potts will stay out there, but there is a lot of movement out there in the Lynchburg bullpen. This one fouled back as Seaton gets down in the count. And And now that just misses being another double, as that would have definitely put Seton out on second base and would have brought in another run, as that one probably at the most a foot foul down the left field line. So now that's an 0-2 hole here for Seton. That's another unfortunate, we've been talking about how when you just rope one straight to a glove, it's kind of a very unfortunate feeling as a hitter. Same thing goes for when you put one down the line like that and it just misses. Basically if it's fair, it's an extra base hit, and it just goes foul. That's probably the equivalent of hitting one into the hand of a fielder just like that, as Seton will go down swinging, and that'll be out number 2. Cole Robbins, catcher for the Pacers, will be up next. One-0 count here for Robbins with 2 outs. Still another run, 90 feet away at third. Pacer third baseman Tyler Vaughn. And nice spot there for Potts, as that'll even the count at 1 apiece. One pitch is well off the plate. Good take by Robbins. That'll move things to 2-1. Robbins ahead in the count. Swing and a miss, and now count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So now Potts facing a little bit of adversity really for the first time today, and he's done a pretty good job here to kind of stay in it and stay with it. Now he's got himself in a position that he's 1 pitch away. 2-2 pitch coming in, and that'll be chopped down third base line and foul. His count will stay where it is at 2-2. Two-two pitch is just high, and that'll take us to a full count. 2 men gone, man on third for the Pacers. They have a 2-1 lead, bringing in 2 runs this inning. Nate Holt would be next if Robbins can extend the inning. And swung on a miss. Good job by Potts to come back and stay in it. He gives up 2 runs, but the damage is minuscule here as the Pacers take a 2-1 lead through 4. To the 5th we go. We'll give you a short break and come back on the Pacers Sports Network. Inning number 5 of work here for Austin Skipper. So far through 4 innings, only giving up 4 hits and 1 earned run to Lynchburg. Meanwhile, Pacers take a 2-1 lead after 4. So now that will be well inside. Count moves to 1-1 here. Carson will be the leadoff man here for Lynchburg. He went down swinging his last time at the plate. And now this one's sent out to the right field gap. Taylor Holt closing in, and it'll be Holt to make the call out there, and that'll be out number 1 as Skipper continues to move pretty well here through now 4 1/3 inning. A little low and away here for Avery Combs. Made his way on base last time up. Now this one in the zone evens things up at 1-1. Combs 1 for 2. He's responsible for 1 of those 2 runs he's the only run for Lynchburg as following his single was able to come across the plate and score. He sends another one into the right field gap as Taylor closes in. So now that'll just be a single for Combs as he's starting to heat up a bit. Now 2 for 3. Having a pretty good day so far with a 1-out single. Garrett Jackson up next. One of the 2 white guys on this Lynchburg squad. Little half swing, that'll be a foul down the first base line as Skipper gets ahead here 0-1. This one low in the zone. Good spot as Skipper gets ahead here, 0-2. So now he's 1 pitch away. Well, I was going to say he's 1 pitch away from out number 2, but if he could get a ground ball in the middle and they could roll a double play, he's ideally 1 pitch away from ending this inning. So comes set, 0-2 pitch. Breaker catches the out lower part of the plate. And now there's 2 men gone. Excellent job here by Austin Skipper in his senior year. Avery Neves will be up next here with 2 outs and Combs on first. Breaking ball a little high in the zone. That'll be ball 1. One of the few times here lately that Skipper's fell behind. Breaking ball in there for strike number 1. Now another quick strike for Skipper, and now a 1-2 count. So he's 1 pitch away from putting another 0 on the board here. Again, I'm only that 3rd inning by Lynchburg where they scored a run. He's really only had any trouble, and even then he was able to get out of that pretty quickly as he does it again here, as that'll be a swinging strike through a breaking ball. Skipper continues to roll through 5 innings. Pacers still on top, 2-1, as we head to the bottom of the 5th right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Nate Holt will step into the box here for the Pacers in inning number 5. They lead it 2-1. It'll be Potts back on the mound here for Lynchburg. Nate Holt coming in here 0 for 1 as he'll take a strike. First pitch. Good job by Potts to get ahead. Really the only time we saw Potts. Potts been rolling pretty well through this game. The only time we saw some struggles for him was last inning when the Pacers absolutely erupted. Multiple extra base hits. You know, a double from Tyshawn Barrett, a double from Logan Barber, a triple from Tyler Vaughn. And, you know, in a nutshell, all that brought them 2 runs. And even then, Potts was really able to kind of stay poised. It can be, I mean, when you got an avalanche of offense coming at you like that, it can be very easily to just let go and just kind of let your guard down and just lose it, in other words. But he did a good job of just staying poised, staying in it. He came back, he worked efficiently, and he stopped the bleeding, essentially, as this one's chopped in front of the plate. Good play. Speaking of Potts, he gets that one there and throws him out. 1 gone here after retiring Nate Holt. So, again, good job by Potts to just stay with it and stop the bleeding. That could have, quite frankly, been a lot worse if he would have let his guard down a bit. That'll bring Gavin Taylor to the plate here for the Pacers. Taylor 1 for 2. Also a stolen base to his credit as well. So we'll hit here with 1 out, nobody gone. First pitch from Potts is nice low spot in the zone, strike 1. This next one a little bit in, so it'll be ruled strike number 2. Taylor in a quick 0-2 hole. Oh, 2 pitch. Swung on and miss. It'll be a drop third strike. Throw goes down to first well in time, and that'll be 2 quick outs here for Potts. So that'll bring Jackson May to the plate. Jackson May 0 for 2 so far. Looking to change that here as he'll hit with 2 outs and nobody on. This one high and away, catches the zone as Potts continues to roll this inning. I think that's something that Potts and Skipper for the Pacers on the mound have in common today, is really there was just that 1 inning for each of these guys. You know, for Skipper, it was the 1 inning in the 3rd where Lynchburg got their 1 run. For Potts, it was last inning in the 4th when Peace scored 2. Other than that, just 1 inning, at least so far, the rest of the time they've been pretty much unstoppable, untouchable for these offenses. And so it's, you know, kind of interesting to see that on both sides. It's now a 1-2 count here in favor of Potts. Jackson May at the plate. Now 1 pitch away from putting another 0 on the board, you know, to the point that I was just making. This one in there, and that's on the outer black. A slider. May disagrees with the call. But regardless, that'll be a 4th 0 put up on the board by Potts as he's having a great outing. Pacers still lead it, though. 2-1 through 5 innings. To the 6th we go as we're a little over halfway through this one. We're glad you're with us. We'll be taking a short break and get back to you right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Riley O'Donovan will be up next here for Lynchburg to start off the 6th inning. Skipper back out there for inning number 6 of work as he'll start it off with a ball, 1-0. Pacers leading 2-1. 5 hits for both of these teams. It has been a fairly evenly matched game so far here in Game 2. This one hit out to left field for Jackson May, and that'll be an opening inning single here for O'Donnell. Man on first, nobody out. It's the first pitch to Collins will be on the outside black. Strike number 1. As it turned out to be a pretty nice day. It was cloudy to start things off in Game 1 after a lot of rain yesterday, but the sun came out towards the end of Game 1 and kind of carried into Game 2, so it actually turned out pretty nice today. All things considered, 1-1 count here for Skipper. Collins at the plate for Lynchburg following leadoff single by O'Donnell. Breaking ball outside, throw down to first. Not in time. Nice move there by Robbins behind the plate for the Pacers. The 2-1 pitch is in there for strike number 2 as Skipper evens things up at 2-2. Got a little action out in the Lynchburg bullpen. This one, nice breaking ball, swung on and missed. And that'll be out number 1 as Skipper continues to have a pretty nice day out here. 74 pitches thrown for Skipper. 49 of those being strikes. Again, that's a really nice percentage for any pitcher. 6 strikeouts, only 2 walks, 6 hits, and only 1 earned run Skipper has given up today. Really nice line he's put together. So pick off over to first, and O'Donnell will get back in time. So it'll be Carson Atkins at the plate. Fastball inside. One 0 pitch is high as Robbins thought about throwing down to first base. He'll just hold it and get it back to Skipper. 2-0 the count, 1 man gone. Double play could end the inning here for the Pacers. They lead it 2-1 here in the top of the 6th. This one swung on and missed. Nice change up there by Skipper. Still down in the count, but he gets in the strike column here. 2 balls and a strike. Two one. Just off the black as now the count moves to 3-1. As we haven't seen Skipper down like this very many times today. As Atkins has worked the count pretty good here. 3-1 pitch is off the arm of Atkins, and that'll be a dead ball. So now runners move up to first and second. Still 1 man out as now we see a little movement in the Pacer bullpen. So now Coach Duty will come out and have a quick word with Skipper. We'll take a short break. So that'll bring Chris Martin to the plate when we return. 2 men on here, 1 man gone. Pacers lead at 2-1 when we come back right here on the Pacers Sports Network. It'll be a pitching change for the Pacers here in the top of the 6th. Austin Skipper done for the day in the first move out of the Pacer bullpen all day. By the way, it will be Austin Padgett. Big outing from him last week, and it might have been his. I'm not sure if that was his first appearance on the year or not, but really, really good game from him out of that Pacer bullpen. Was able to really put a nice deep package of innings together for the Pacers, as it'll be a 1-1 count, 1 man out and 2 aboard here for Lynchburg as they try and get back in this. They trail 2-1 currently. So now that'll be a pass ball as runners will move up to second and third now. Count moves to 2-1. This one swung on and fouled over to the right side, as that'll even things up for 2-2. Austin Padgett, a junior out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, went to Carolina Forest High School. So he comes in here. 2 men in scoring position. Now a time here in the box. Padgett 2-2. This one low in the dirt. Good block by Robbins to keep this one in front. The count moves to full count. So walk here would load the bases. And a well-placed ball could potentially tie, and most likely, depending on where it's hit, give Lynchburg a 3-2 lead here in the 6th. And that one low in the dirt, but a good job by Robbins to keep it in front, and that will be a one-out walk that'll load the bases. Ryan Long will be up next. We've seen him get a lot of action out at shortstop on the other side of the field, out at short, and we'll see what he can do here at the plate in a really nice spot. I mean, your eyes are lighting up if you're a hitter in this spot. One out, bases loaded, your team is down by one, and you got a shot here to be the guy that really puts a dent in this game as the first pitch is high, 1-0. Next one, low in the zone, a tight zone there, as now the count moves to 2-0 here in favor of Long. Long 0 for 2 here on the day as he's the last hitter in the Lynchburg lineup. 2-0 pitch from Paget. Fastball is fouled to the backstop as Paget just gasses him up right there. 2-1, still down in the count though, in favor of Long. And now this one's sent out to right field. Taylor catches that. The tag from third on its way home. Taylor, the throw, not in time, and we are all tied up at 2 apiece here in the 6th. Good job there by Paget. So they get the job done in the field. I mean, not much you can do in that situation. I mean, if you're Paget, I mean, you got the out, you got the fly ball, but when you've got a runner on third and he tags I mean, there's just not much you can do in that situation. As now with runners at the corners, you got 2 men gone. So now that'll bring Kinston Carson to the plate. He's a lefty out of Tappahannock, Virginia. That was a mouthful, but we got it, as he'll be the man up here with a runner potentially 90 feet away. Martin at first, Atkins at third. The pitch coming in, inside, catches the black. Good spot there by Paget. Again, he's the first man out of the Pacer bullpen all day, as Sam Petticord able to get the shutout and go the distance in game 1. And Pacers go to the bullpen here in the 6th, tied up at 2 apiece, as this one will be a little low, as it'll even the count at 1-1. This one right back up the middle, gets by Paget, and Lynchburg takes a 3-2 lead. Runners now at first and second. Nice hit up the middle with 2 outs. Is Carson able to come through there and give Lynchburg the lead once again? They took a lead in the 3rd when they cracked the scoreboard at 1-0. Pacers took it back the following inning in the 4th, taking a 2-1 lead. And now we see Lynchburg string 2 runs of their own along here in the 2nd. So we've got a nice little back and forth affair here. Meanwhile, that'll do it for Paget. Tate Proctor will be in next. We'll take a short break and get back to it right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Avery Combs will be the man up here as he'll face off against Tate Proctor out of the Pacer bullpen. Lynchburg takes a 3-2 lead here in the sixth. First one low in the dirt, ball one. 2 men aboard. This one off the plate. That'll even things up here at 1-1. Nice spot there for Tate Proctor. Played as a position player last year for the Pacers, and this year so far he's mostly just been coming out of the bullpen. It's now the 1-1 pitch, a little off the plate. 2-1 the count. Inside corner, Tate Proctor comes right back and evens the count at 2-2. Really nice job there. Fell behind 1-0, able to immediately come back and hit the black to even it at 1-1. Falls behind again 2-1 and comes right back on the other corner. And now this one sliced to left field, and Combs almost had him another single. Would have been 3 straight, as he is just feeling it today. I mean, the ball must look like a beach ball to him. Meanwhile, it'll be a foul down the left field line and stay even here at 2-2. 2 men gone, 2 men aboard. Lynchburg a 3-2 lead, putting up 2 runs here in this 6th inning of play. Swing and a miss. Proctor gets it done out of the bullpen and ends the 6th inning. Meanwhile, 2 runs come across here for Lynchburg. They regained the lead that they started off with in the 3rd when they went up 1-0. Pacers responded, went up 2-1, and Lynchburg responds here with 2 more, taking a 3-2 lead. Pacers, potentially a response from them. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th as they come to the plate when we return on the Pacer Sports Network. Tyshawn Barrett will be up next here. So lead things off here. Pacers trailing 3-2. Caught the dub in game 1 of this doubleheader, 7-0. And now Lynchburg had a little something to say about that here through this game as they lead it again 3-2. Barrett gets aboard here, dead ball. So just wear that one as the Pacers get their tying run aboard here at first base. Hunter Ward. He'll hit with a man on and nobody out. Little pickoff move, close call. And I think Barrett knows it, as that ball was just a hair late there. Really nice pickoff move here from Potts, who again, he's back in here again, having a pretty nice game. Another pickoff move, not quite as close this time, over to Combs at first base. Another pickoff move as Barrett gets back. Lynchburg looking to even up their record here in Game 2. They would move to 3-3 on the season following a loss in Game 1. So this one will be low and away. First pitch in the strike column here is a squared bunt attempt, is no good. .63 pitches so far here for Potts. Through 5 innings, he's given up only 5 hits. He's got 7 strikeouts to his credit. 2 earned runs. So now the count is 1 ball, 2 strikes here to the shortstop for the Pacers, Hunter Ward. As the Pacers look to get back into this thing and tie it up here in the bottom half of the 6th, losing that lead in the other half of this inning. Potts deals, swung on and missed. Ward goes down swinging, and there's out number 1. Barrett still at first base here.
Now back to your Pacers, senior, designated hitter.
Logan Barber now at the plate, the DH. 1 for 2 as he doubled in his last AB, had an RBI, and then scored himself a little later on as he's responsible for the 2 runs that the Pacers currently have. Another pick move over to first base. Barrett able to get back yet again. This one a little off the plate. That'll be called strike. As Barber gets down here 0-1. Good job by Potts to get ahead. A 1 pitch again on the black as Potts is living out there right now, and Barber in a quick 0-2 hole. 1 man out, 1 man on. Barrett over at first base. Nice breaking ball, swung through and missed by Barber, and now 2 outs here. As Tyler Vaughn, third baseman for the Pacers, will be up next. He'll hit with 2 outs and a man on.
Now back to your Pacers, senior third baseman, number 3, Tyler Vaughn.
Another pickoff move. Barrett gets back in time. As again, we've talked about the deceptive speed of Tyshawn Barrett, and they're definitely keeping a check on him. Apparently Lynchburg knows it as well, as they're keeping a tight check on him. About 5 pickoff moves over there. First one from Potts was really close. As Barrett was just able to get back in time. This pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Potts comes set. And this one well off the plate, ball 2. Barrett on the move. Throw in time, tag is not, and Barrett has a stolen base. Barrett now moves into scoring position, 3-0 the count. 2 men gone here. The force no longer an option at second base. So you'll likely see a take here from Vaughn with a 3-0 count. Off the plate, catches the black. That'll be strike 1, 3-1. Another one outside on the black, this time a breaking ball, and Potts gets himself back into the AB, and now a 3-2 count with 2 men gone. Barrett in scoring position at second here for Tyler Vaughn, as Pacers look to try and tie this thing up here in the bottom of the 6th. And that'll be a 2-out walk here, as Vaughn will just spit on this one. Good AB there. That'll bring second baseman Alex Seaton to the plate, but not before a quick mound visit here. So now looks like we'll have a pitching change, first one of the game for Lynchburg. Take a short break. New arm coming in for Lynchburg when we return right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Grayson Thurman will be the first arm here in Game 2 out of the Lynchburg bullpen. Alex Seaton will be the first man he faces for William Peace. 2 men gone here, 2 men aboard. Following a hit by pitch, Tyshawn Barrett's how he got on, and then over at first base had a walk that put Tyler Vaughn on. First pitch swung on and missed. Good job by Thurman to get ahead here. A 1 pitch is swung on and missed, almost identical to the last. And a quick 0-2 hole here for Alex Seaton. This one, good job by Seaton to spit on that one, a little off the plate, a breaking ball. Meanwhile, Tyshawn Barrett and Vaughn will move up. Barrett to third, Vaughn to second. So now 2 men in scoring position here. That potential tying run 90 feet away at third base. And then the go-ahead run in Vaughn up there at second base. Meanwhile, 1-2 as Thurman deals and swung on and missed. Good job by Thurman to come in and get the job done out of the Lynchburg bullpen. And they maintain that 3-2 lead after 6 innings. To the 7th we go right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Garrett Jackson will be the first man up here in the top half of the 7th. For Lynchburg, they lead here 3-2. First pitch a little low for Proctor, 1-0 the count. This one sent up to the air. Nate Holt camped under it in center field, and there's a quick out number 1. Avery Neves up next here with 1 man out, nobody on. Lynchburg looking to get their 3rd win of the season, would put them at 3-3 on the season. First pitch a little low, 1-0 the count. One-0 pitch, check swing. Puts a ground ball over to third base Vaughn, and a wild throw as he bobbled it and then rushed the throw. As that will put the runner at second base as Neves able to get into scoring position here. Potentially run number 4 for Lynchburg. Riley O'Donovan will be the next man up here for Lynchburg, who hit with a runner in scoring position. He's 1 for 2 so far today. He's responsible for 1 of the 3 runs Lynchburg has. He crossed the plate himself a little earlier in the game. He's also got a walk on his line. This first one fouled straight back. 0-1 the count. A 0-1 pitch, a little low and in, catches part of the zone as Tate Proctor comes right back and gets ahead here. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and hit out to left field. May able to get out there and just camp under that one. No tag out at second base, and that'll be a quick out number 2. Gavin Collins, freshman out of Clifton, Virginia, will be up next for Lynchburg. It's now a potential pitching change here with 2 men gone, 1 aboard at second base as Coach Duty heads out to the mound. And that will do it for Proctor. It's now Philip Berger will be on here. Typically a starter for the Pacers, coming in here a little late in the game. But he will be up regardless here for the Pacers. Pacers trailing 3-2, man on second base and 2 men gone. It'll be Gavin Collins that Berger faces first when we return right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Philip Berger out of the Pacer bullpen as he'll face Gavin Collins. Pacers trailing here 3-2. Berger, a sophomore righty out of Hillsborough, North Carolina, about a half hour or so away from where we sit here in Cary. Berger, usually a starter in the starting rotation for the Pacers, but he comes in here as a reliever late. So they're going to look to try and grind this one out and get themselves 2 wins here, with Lynchburg leading 3-2. A deep fly ball sent out to Jackson May in left field, and that's a 1-pitch outing there for Berger as he gets the job done and retires the side here. 3-2 your score. Lynchburg ahead by a run. Pacers coming to the plate when we return on the Pacer Sports Network. Kevin Gonzalez will be the leadoff man here for William Peace, a pinch hitter here in the bottom half of the 7th. Peace trailing 3-2. So it'll be Grayson Thurman in his second inning of work out of the Lynchburg bullpen. Did pretty well in his last inning of work. He would have put up another 0 on the board here. Gonzalez, a transfer from Wake Tech, as he fouls this one away. 1-1 the count. Gonzalez, we saw him come in a pinch hit situation last week against Roanoke, and he was able to come through off the bench and get a hit. I don't remember if it was a single or a double. I think it was a single, but he was, regardless, the point, he was able to come in off the bench cold. It was pretty chilly that night, so it's not easy to, come in halfway or late through a game when you've been sitting on the bench and, get something going out in the field. It can be, a tough thing to do, and he was able to come through for the Pacers last week as he's ahead here in the count. 2 balls and a strike, and now fouls it back again, 2-2 even here against Thurman. Thurman comes set. And low and away. A drop third strike. Throw down to first in time. As questionable call there. As that one's well low and off the plate. But regardless, that is 1 out here for Thurman. As now Nate Holt will be the next man up for the Pacers. In a game that is far from over. We're getting pretty late into the game, but it's far from over. Pacers only down by a run here as these teams have kind of exchanged blows throughout the game. Lynchburg took the first one back in the 3rd when they scored a run, went up 1-0. Then the Pacers immediately responded in the 4th, going up 2-1. Then a couple innings later in the 6th, Lynchburg struck back again, putting up 2 runs and going up at where it currently is at 3-2. Nate Holt in a quick 0-2 hole here after fouling that one away. Thurman sets. And deals, and that one a good job by Holt. Breaking ball in the dirt. Count still ahead in favor of Thurman. A ball and 2 strikes. Breaking ball, ground ball hit to Combs at first base. The flip at first, and they're going to say they got him. Close play there by the speedy Holt. Thought he was going to be able to run that out, but did not. 2 outs here, and that'll bring leadoff man Gavin Taylor to the plate. Breaking ball drops into the zone. Be a called strike number 1 on Gavin Taylor. Taylor 1 for 3 so far. He struck out the other 2 times, and he also has a stolen base. So now another breaking ball, another taken strike, and now Thurman ahead here 0-2 quickly. With 2 men gone, nobody on here for the Pacers, trailing 3-2, bottom of the 7th as Thurman sets and deals. This one in the dirt, a fastball. Good job by Taylor. Still behind in the count, though. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One, 2. This one high. Now count even. Good plate discipline here by the Pacer right fielder to even things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that one in there. Taylor knew it. Not sure what it was. Some type of cut action. Maybe even just a really good changeup. But that one gets in there. As another inning of solid work for Thurman, and Pacers still trail through 7, 3-2. Philip Berger back out on the mound in relief for the Pacers when we come back to start the top of the 8th right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Carson Atkins will be back at it here to lead off the 8th inning for Lynchburg. Philip Berger in his 2nd inning of work out of that Pacer bullpen, typically in the starting rotation for the Pacers, but only really being a 2-game doubleheader today. He'll come in relief here late. Count even at 1-1. Atkins 1 for 2 so far today, so take strike number 2, 1-2 the count. As Berger continues to roll. Only one pitch needed out of the Pacer bullpen at the end of last inning, getting a fly ball out to Jackson May in left field, and that was that. So now 1-2 is the count. Berger goes to the windup and deals a foul, as the count will stay where it is at 1-2. Pacers only 2 more opportunities here to try and knot this thing up and take the lead. Is now a good start there for Berger. A strikeout on a breaking ball. 1 man gone. So now that'll bring Chris Martin back up to the plate. Martin 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts and a walk. Big out there to get Carson, though, one of the hit leaders on this Lynchburg squad with 2. Combs, the first baseman, also has 2. So now Berger will fall behind here 1-0. Two outs following the ground out. Is now the shortstop Long will be up. He's 0 for 2, but he does have an RBI to his credit on a sac fly. Fastball on the outside is going to be a called first strike as Berger continues to deal here. Getting ahead 0-1, 2 men gone, nobody out. The next pitch is swung on and missed, and now 0-2 quickly. The 0-2 pitch from Berger is just a little off the plate. Close call there as he got a nice reaction out of his defenders behind him in the Pacer dugout, but he'll still be ahead here 1-2. And that'll be fouled straight back as Long able to stay alive here. 1-2. A little high in the zone. Count even at 2-2. So now this will be fouled straight back. Two-two pitch, and that's well inside. Lucky it didn't graze long, as now that'll make it full count here. 2 men out, nobody aboard. As Long has worked his way back in here against Philip Berger. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. And Berger gets the job done here. Top half of the 8th is in the books. Bottom of the 8th, here we come. Pacers trailing 3-2 with not much time left to try and make something happen here late. We'll get back to it when we return right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Left fielder Jackson May will get things going here in the bottom of the 8th. His first pitch will be a little low from Thurman. Thurman in inning number 3 of work out of the Lynchburg bullpen. Same spot, different result. Swung on and missed. May will find himself even in the count now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tyshawn Barrett on deck. So now May will square to bunt and foul this one over, and now finds himself down in the count, 1-2. One-two pitch just grazes the dirt. And now that'll even things up here at 2-2. Two-two from Thurman is chopped to the second base side, fielded, and they're going to call him out. As May just comes up short on legging that. He looked good from here. I thought he might leg that out, but he will get called out. Good play there by Jackson over at second base. And now that'll be out number 1, bringing Tyshawn Barrett to the plate. Barrett 2 for 2 on the day. He's got one of those 2 runs by the Pacers when he crossed the plate a little earlier. Logan Barber responsible for the other. First pitch a little in. Ball 1 here to Barrett. Breaking ball, little high in the zone. And that'll be called strike number 1. Really inconsistent strike zone I feel like we've seen this game, really for both sides. We were talking about last week so much as how the umpire was very consistent. He had a very consistent wide strike zone. He had it all day. That was a doubleheader. He had it both games. He had it for both teams. This one, not so much, at least in this game anyway. It's been kind of, sometimes you get that call, sometimes you don't. Sometimes a call comes out of nowhere that you hadn't seen yet. Kind of like that one, a little up in the zone to Barrett. So, a little bit inconsistent there. But regardless, it's 1 ball and 1 strike here. 1 out, nobody on. Here to the USA South Player of the Week in Barrett. This one low and in. Pretty similar locate, not to stick with the theme of inconsistent, but pretty similar spot, almost identical to ball 1 in this AB, and now that time called strike is now a 1-2 hole for Barrett. This one taken, 2-2 the count. Swung on and missed, and Thurman gets fired up as he looks over at the Lynchburg dugout as he is rolling right now out of that bullpen.
Now down here, Pacers. For shortstop, number 19, Hunter Ward.
3 strikeouts here already for Thurman. He's thrown 23 pitches, 15 of them being strikes. Hunter Ward, 0-1 count. And make it 0-2 as that breaker drops in. And Thurman, 1 pitch away from continuing to roll here, is now Lynchburg really starting to build some momentum. Thurman sets. And that one a little low. Count moves to 1-2. Thurman deals. That one chopped foul. Is Hunter Ward able to stay alive here? Pacers slowly running out of time here. Or not really time, just opportunities as they're down to their final strike in inning number 8. We're trailing 3-2. This one sent down third base line. Beautiful play from Collins, and he gets it. And it doesn't get much better than that. Lynchburg continues to roll here, leading 3-2, as Thurman was starting to get most of the credit for this role that Lynchburg's defense has been on. But meanwhile, third baseman Collins making an incredible diving play there, as that had double written all over it for the Pacers shortstop Ward. And that will take us to the top half of the 9th. Philip Berger back out on the mound for the Pacers when we return on the Pacers Sports Network. Kinston Carson will be the first man up here in the top half of the 9th. Berger deals a strike taken. Gets off to a nice 0-1 start. Next pitch from Berger, a little too much inside there as he went right back to the inside half of the plate, evening the count here at 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the outside, gets the call, and now moves to 1-2. Now that's sent out to center field. Nate Holt running back, and he will be able to get to that one for out number 1. One of the hit leaders for this Lynchburg squad back up at it again in Combs. He's got 2 hits already. He's 2 for 4. Almost had a third his last AB when he ripped a foul right down the line, but it had double written all over it. So now he's in an 0-2 hole, as that'll be a curveball right in the zone. So now Berger getting on a little roll here. Oh-2 from Berger is sent to right field. Had some pretty good jump off the bat, but it's starting to die off, and it ends up in the hands of Gavin Taylor for out number 2, as Berger having a nice 9th inning here. Garrett Jackson, junior right-hander from Virginia Beach, will be the last potential out for the inning here, as Berger goes through the windup. First pitch a little off and high. First time getting behind this inning. That one low and in. It'll be a called strike number 1. That'll leave in the count at 1-1. Swung through and missed, high and away. And now Berger starting to pick up the pace here, moving pretty quick as 1-2 pitch is fouled back. And again, we talked about that earlier with Sam Petticord. It's so effective as a pitcher, especially when you're doing well. I mean, when you're on a roll, you're finding your spots, you're getting outs, you're throwing strikes, and you're working fast. That's as effective as it gets. And we saw Petticord doing that in Game 1 through the whole game, and we've seen Berger do it the last couple innings out of the bullpen, but especially this inning, I've noticed it. I mean, he's just moving. He's really moving quick, and if you're not careful as a hitter, that can get in your head, and you can allow the pitcher to dictate the pace for you, and they're going to call it a strike 3 as they get the tag at the plate, and that's a nice inning for Philip Berger. 3 quick outs. Meanwhile, Pacers, last opportunity coming up here in the bottom of the 9th. They'll face off again against Thurman when we return on the Pacer Sports Network. Logan Barber will be the first man up here in the ninth. Pacers, 3 more outs they have to work with here, trailing 3-2. As Thurman continues to stay hot here, he gets ahead as Barber fouls this one straight back. This one a little bit up in the zone, evening things at 1-1. As it's been a pretty competitive back and forth, clean baseball game between these two. I mean, obviously, after the shutout in favor of William Peace in the first game, where you thought maybe Petticoat was going to have a no-hitter, lost that in the 8th, but still a shutout regardless, able to go the distance. It was a fairly lopsided game, but here in this one, it's been pretty straightforward back and forth. Good pitching by both sides. Just a little more offense out of Lynchburg. But, I mean, really just exchanging blows at different times. So, pretty entertaining game to watch regardless of who you're rooting for. Is now Barber down in the count 1-2. Nobody out, nobody on here for William Peace, looking to make something happen in their last opportunity here, trailing 3-2. I mean, they don't need much. They just need one to stay alive. And as we know, they're capable of getting it. Barber sends it to the gap. Leadoff single for Logan Barber, and the tying run is aboard. Tyler Vaughn up next, third baseman for the Pacers. He's 1 for 2. He's got an RBI on the day, responsible for one of those 2-piece runs. So nobody better you would want up in this spot. Barber on first following the leadoff single. And now a throw gets by the first baseman, but Barber will use his better judgment and stay following the throw down from the catcher. Bunt is pulled back. So now a 2-0 count is now that Peace dugout starting to get a little riled up. They've been a little quiet. We saw so much momentum and energy out of Lynchburg, and now Peace starting to get their share of it. Vaughn squares to bunt, pulls it back, a close one, but it's a 3-0 count for Vaughn. As Thurman facing his first bit of adversity here. He's had a hot outing here out of the bullpen, and this is the first time we're going to see how he's able to respond here. Vaughn squares up again, pulls back, and it's a walk with nobody out. And Barber and Vaughn will be the men aboard here. Barber moves into scoring position. And now a very interesting situation has arisen here. Is now a mound visit for Lynchburg. They'll bring the whole infield in and talk over the situation. Meanwhile, the Peace base runners and hitter will do the same. Alex Seaton will be up next for the Pacers. I mean, very interesting. And again, we've seen it, and I said that almost a second before Barber got the leadoff single. It's like we've seen this Peace team. They do it so much in bursts. It's like they'll be quiet. I mean, we've seen it this game. We saw it last week against Roanoke. It's like they'll be quiet for a couple, 3 innings, and then, in the 4th of this game, they put up 2 runs. They've been quiet for 4 straight innings, and here in the 9th, Barber making noise, a walk. I mean, we've seen these bursts of offense out of the Pacers so many times. That's why it's like they're only down a run. They don't need much. I mean, some of the sparks we see them put up on a consistent basis would win the game for them right now. I mean, they don't need much. Is now Alex Seaton, and especially in this situation, you've got 2 men on, nobody out. You're gonna see a bunt here from Seaton. It's without saying. So now that would put 2 men. If he gets it done, it's going to put 2 men in scoring position. He squares, gets it down. Great bunt from Seaton. It doesn't get better than that. You couldn't have placed that any better if you're Alex Seaton. Great job by the Pacers' second baseman, and now that gets you 2 men in scoring position. As now a pinch hitter is the guy that's had the hot hand for 2 weekends now. We saw him put up some major damage in the first game today. Saw him do it in the first game last week against Roanoke. Patrick Rogan will hit here with the tying run at third in Barber and the go-ahead and winning run at second base in Vaughn. Everybody on their feet in the Pacer dugout. First one in the dirt. Good job by the catcher to knock it down, Martin. If that gets by, the game is tied. So good job by Martin to block that up. One-0 pitch. Inside, and now a 2-0 count to one of the hottest hitters on this Pacer squad right now, Patrick Rogan. Thurman sets. And that one's low, 3-0 count. And now they're going to put Rogan on. As now that will load the bases here for the Pacers. 1 man out. You do have a 4. If you're Lynchburg, I mean, you've got a double play in multiple spots. You can do it in the middle. If you get something to the corners, you can bring it home, go to first with it, and try and turn it that way. So that was the right move for Lynchburg. So we'll see how Thurman can respond here. And again, I mean, he's been on an absolute roll ever since he's come into this game, and we haven't, this is the highest amount of adversity he's faced all day. Bases loaded, 1 out, game is on the line, bottom of the 9th. The cliche stuff we did in our backyard as kids, that's what Thurman's got to deal with right here, and vice versa. On the P side, Holt gets it done to right field. Game is tied. Here comes Vaughn, the throw, not in time! Pacers win it! Unbelievable, Nate Holt!
The first one next game in University of Lynchburg 1-3, and your William Peach University Pacers 4.
Final 4-3, Nate Holt comes through. He's been a little bit in a slump here lately. He's been struggling. Lynchburg made the right move. They put a hot hitter in in Rogan on, had the force out anywhere, and Nate Holt, absolutely a senior, critical senior on this Pacers squad, comes through and gets it done in a big way, walking off 4-3. Pacers get it done, win the first, win the second. Your final here, 7-0 in the first game, 4-3 in the second. 2-win day for the Pacers. That's going to do it for us here on the Pacers Sports Network. Such a privilege having all of you in here with us today, whether you're from Peace or from Lynchburg. Appreciate all of you tuning in. William Peace get the dub. They'll take on Averett next week. 2-game series with Averett. The first one will be on the road at Danville, and the second one then will be here at home on Wednesday. So actually a pretty quick turnaround, as you've got a Tuesday-Wednesday matchup there. Tuesday will be on the road. Wednesday will be here at home at USA and right here on the Pacer Sports Network. So you're not going to want to miss that. Pretty quick turnaround for the Pacers. Pacers advance to 4-1 on the season, and they've got a 2-game win streak. That is going to do it here for the Pacers Sports Network. I'm your host, Will Dalton. Appreciate all of you tuning in. Until next time, hope you have a great rest of your weekend. We'll catch you next time right here on the Pacer Sports Network.